Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the...
We're back in session. Well, good morning, and welcome back, everyone. I'm extremely pleased to begin our meeting by informing you that the search committee to identify the next president of Sonoma State University has completed its work, and I'm extremely pleased to announce that Dr. Michael Spagna, a leader well-known and respected throughout...
They were standing up already.
He's right there. So, before you guys interrupted me, he currently serves as the interim president of Cal Poly Humboldt, and he's been selected as Sonoma State's next president. Chancellor Garcia will share more about the appointment momentarily during the upcoming Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. But for now, I want to offer heartfelt thanks to Interim President Couture for serving the university so capably, compassionately, and with impressive conviction during what has been a challenging moment in the institution's history. And I also want to note that I'm confident that Dr. Spagna is the ideal candidate to help Sonoma State to navigate these challenges that it's facing and reach its highest potential. Please give a round of applause for Interim President Couture. And across this campus serving California's North Bay and far beyond, devoted faculty, staff, and leaders are working daily to help students reach their highest potential. We're pleased to share Sonoma State in our next campus video, which highlights just one of those promising students, along with his mentor, Dr. Lisa Huya. Please roll the video.
My name is Kieran Chiddix. I am a senior student here at Sonoma State University. I previously went to the Santa Rosa Junior College, and I transferred here as a junior. I am a biology major student and a member of Dr. Lisa Hua's lab here. So here in Dr. Hua's lab, we study chromosome organization, which is basically just trying to figure out when cells divide and they have their individual nuclei, what is actually happening to keep the 2 matching pairs in all of those sets separated from each other so they don't start swapping material and coding for the wrong things in those individual cells. And in particular, my research looks into how that works in cancer cells and how it might be going wrong. So we basically want to see if there are certain mechanisms that are happening incorrectly in cancer cells, what might that inform about how those operate properly in our healthy cells?
He is always thinking about other people's projects, and He's really active in participation and providing feedback to other students. And so feedback can be variable. It can range from just throwing ideas about why this experiment didn't work in the first 50 times to, hey, maybe if you thought about a project from a different perspective or delivered it, meaning the order of your slides in a different manner, it could really improve the understanding of the audience. So he actively participates and provides feedback to other members of the lab. As professors of a lot of these students that are trying to find their way, it can be really transformative, your impact on that student's experience, on their journey, and for them to succeed when all else, seems impossible. 99% of the time when you're conducting science, your experiments don't work. So it can be very challenging, but with a supportive mentor, really allows students and individuals to really flourish.
I have, in the past, not really had a lot of relationships with certain teachers beyond just them being my professors in my classes, asking questions about the material. Whereas now I have someone that's kind of a guiding light for what I want to be in the future, someone that I can see myself in their shoes doing teaching for undergraduate students, doing research with graduate students and undergraduate students alike, and just generally passing on that knowledge that I'm currently in the process of gaining and giving it to students in turn.
That's just wonderful. Mr. Chedix, yes. Mr. Chedix has exactly the kind of resolve and tenacity that are required for success in science and in life. And I'm proud to say that resolve and tenacity are the hallmarks and strengths of the entire Sonoma State community. Dr. Huya, thank you, and Mr. Chedix, we thank you and wish you all the best. And on that high note, we now proceed with today's agenda. Trustee Furstenberg, will you please convene the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel?
Thank you. Will the meeting of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel please come to order? Today, the committee has 3 items on the consent agenda and 9 items on the discussion agenda. But we do have 2 hours for presentations and discussions. First, we will consider the consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? Wonderful. Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Wonderful. The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. Before we continue, I need to tell you that we have adjusted the order of presentation for today's meetings. Now, stay with me because this is complicated. We will begin with agenda item 6, followed by 8, 7, 9, 10, and 11. We just wanted to make it kind of interesting. We will then proceed to items 4 and 5 and conclude with item 12. As we move through the agenda, I will announce each item prior to its presentation. So thank you, and we'll just work together on this. So now we'll start with item 6. This is an information item providing the annual report on executive transition programs, and this will be presented by Chancellor Garcia. Please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. Buenos dias. Good morning. In accordance with the board's policy on executive transition programs, today I am pleased to provide the annual report. As you are aware, the CSU maintains 2 programs for executives who step away from their position after 5 or more years of executive service, the Executive Consulting Assignment and the Transition 2 program. The latter is available only to executives appointed prior to 2022. These programs give our senior leaders the opportunity to continue serving the CSU in a transitional role, recognizing their contributions while allowing the system to benefit from their experience and vast institutional knowledge. At this time, there are no participants in the Executive Consulting Assignment, which is the newest version of this program. Over the past year, under the Transition 2 program, Cal Poly Humboldt President Emeritus Tom Jackson has supported the CSU through a focused set of transition activities in tribal relations, intercollegiate athletics, and broader community and campus engagement. He engaged with tribal communities and CSU leadership to support system priorities and strengthen statewide partnership. Key activities included maintaining communication with CSU presidents on tribal matters and supporting CSU Office of Tribal Relations. With regard to intercollegiate athletics, Dr. Jackson engaged with CSU athletics leadership and provided advisory support, including regular participation in committee meetings. In addition to the foregoing, Dr. Jackson developed 2 courses for the College of Professional Studies and 1 for the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences. Dr. Jackson's transition assignment ended in August 2025. As I reported in September, Cal State Long Beach President Emerita Jane Close Connolly began a 1-year transition period. In October, she conducted a comprehensive consultation with Acting President Andrew Jones to provide valuable continuity and support across several important campus initiatives. Collaboration with Acting President Jones has continued, focusing on current activities with major donors and planning for key program initiatives. This included an in-person meeting with Acting President Jones and major donors on October 27th. Ongoing areas of consultation focus for Dr. Connolly include commencement planning, facilities management, construction projects, and the development of community partnerships. In addition, Dr. Connolly represented the university with a presentation entitled DEI at CSULB that was delivered to the California Federation of Women's Clubs on October 25th. Finally, Dr. Connolly has maintained consistent and active communication with faculty and campus leaders as requested regarding special events and offering targeted support. Overall, as demonstrated by Presidents Jackson and Connolly activities, their transition programs provide continuity and a much-needed productive bridge in campus leadership as new teams take on their roles. Trustee Furstenberg, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 6 is an information item. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay. We move to the next central part of our agenda. The board will be considering several items related to executive compensation. They include a total compensation philosophy, an executive compensation study, a policy on executive compensation, a deferred compensation plan, and recommendations for executive compensation adjustments. That is a big agenda. Chancellor, I'm going to turn to you for introducing us to this section.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. Before we continue with the presentations of items 7 through 11, I want to offer brief remarks to provide what I believe to be critically important area. The CSU's North Star is and forever will be student success. Our mission is to transform lives and enrich communities through the power of higher education as we drive California to its brightest future, economically, socially, and culturally. Our core values include inclusive excellence, affordable access, and equity of opportunity. These are foundational principles we all hold dear. They are our why and what we do, why we have chosen to devote our professional lives to this extraordinary institution. So we are right to focus on these principles. But what they do not include is recognition of our important role and consequential impact as one of California's largest employers. We learned more about that massive impact during yesterday's special presentation, introducing our Economic Impact Report. Since the beginning of my tenure as Chancellor, I have made it a priority to ensure that our responsibility as an employer is never overlooked. Our responsibility and calling to be an employer of choice in public higher education. We will never forget the fact that our people are the very foundation of our mission, and our commitment to become an employer of choice is a cornerstone of our system-wide strategic plan, CSU Forward. It's one of its 4 performance objectives. Cultivating a skilled, diverse, and engaged workforce with an unwavering dedication to student success and inclusive excellence strengthens the CSU every day. The presentations that follow advance this objective, and they are informed by the finding of a strategic work group I convened, comprised of multiple trustees and Chancellor's Office leadership and staff, to conduct a deep dive into the principles that should underpin our approach to compensation for all CSU employees. We will begin by introducing a new philosophy that will guide and inform our work to fairly and competitively compensate all CSU employees. As you'll hear, it is centered around the focus on total compensation, supporting the holistic needs of our employees over the course of their careers and into retirement. It also reflects a commitment to a comparison market-based approach to transparent and regular communication, and to practices that are fiscally responsible, attentive to budgetary resources and long-term financial sustainability, and that are sensitive to the needs and perspectives of all CSU stakeholders. We must act quickly to ensure that our practices and policies align with this philosophy. The higher education compensation landscape is evolving, and we must keep pace to attract and retain a skilled, diverse, and engaged workforce. We have made gradual but undeniable progress to fair and competitive compensation for our faculty and staff over the past several years, and we look forward to further engaging with our union partners at the bargaining table. Our decision to accept a short-term general fund loan of one-time dollars from the state to form a one-time compensation pool for our employees represents additional progress, even given our budgetary constraints. As we advance these efforts, we must work to ensure that our compensation practices remain equitable and sustainable across the system. So as we strive to fairly and competitively compensate our faculty and staff, we will do the same for our executive leaders, and in a manner that is fully consistent with the philosophy and principles that inform and guide our approach for all employees. That includes leveraging a robust compensation study to ensure current and accurate compensation benchmarking. And on this point, please know that the CSU is committed, as set forth in the philosophy that you will hear momentarily, to regularly assess the pay practices for faculty and staff, as well as to ensure that comparative data is current for all employer groups. As you may remember, a staff salary study was presented to this board in May 2022. A faculty salary study followed in March 2023. We will initiate a new staff salary survey in early 2026, and we will announce the timeline for the next faculty study once the staff salary analysis is underway. Together, these actions help bring CSU forward to life, strengthening our ability to be the employer of choice in public higher education, while upholding the fiscal stewardship and transparency that Californians expect and deserve of us. Colleagues, I end my remarks here so that we can proceed with the presentations, and I do so fully confident that what you will hear is consistent with the principles of our overarching compensation philosophy and the objectives of CSU Forward, our strategic plan, and that it is similarly consistent with CSU's mission and core values. Trustee Furstenberg, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. We have a very long and a very significant agenda. But I wanted to take a moment to say to everyone in this room what this agenda means to me personally. For almost 10 years, I have sat at this table and learned a great deal. People in this room care. People in this circle care. Sometimes those of us in this circle have done our job well. Sometimes we have not. But today, we have an opportunity to do something that has never been done before. Today, we can take a huge step, make a huge commitment. This moment is not simply about compensation, as the Chancellor said. We can make a huge commitment to all, to our faculty, to our staff, to our administrators, to our leaders, because you have set public higher education as a calling. You teach and mentor, you serve and support, and you lead with vision and purpose. But one thing that I can say is that we would not have been able to address these issues without the leadership of the Chancellor and her team in the Chancellor's office. So I just wanted to thank Millie and Frank and Patrick and Dawn and Danielle and our Siegel consultant, Jason, and to the chair and to the vice chair for making this moment possible. We have 2 hours to define our commitment to those who are the foundation of the CSU's strength and the driving force that make the CSU what we want it to be. So thank you for letting me have that moment. We will begin with agenda item 8. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm fighting to keep us in the right order, so can I ask you to keep the time elements, because I can't do 2 things at once, so I would really appreciate that.
I'll be happy to.
You would anyway, right? Thank you so much. This is item 8, is an information item on the CSU's total compensation philosophy. An amended item with the attachments were posted on the CSU board website, and it is provided as a handout. So, Vice Chancellor, you're up.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. With this item, I'm honored to present the California State University's system-wide total compensation philosophy, which, as noted, you'll find in your materials. This philosophy is more than a statement. It's a commitment to our people, the faculty, the staff, and the administrators who make the CSU one of the most transformative institutions. It represents a key in advancing the CSU Forward strategy: thriving students, thriving university, thriving California, and fulfills one of its central objectives, positioning the CSU as the employer of choice in higher education. Our workforce of more than 63,000 employees is the lifeblood of our mission. Their talent, dedication, and compassion shape student success and define our public value. Through this philosophy, we affirm that when our people thrive, our students thrive, and when our students thrive, California thrives. Our approach to total compensation is holistic and people-centered. It defines how we align pay, benefits, professional growth, and well-being with the CSU's missions, values, and long-term goals. Compensation at the CSU includes not only base pay, but also benefits that support health and well-being, learning and career development, security and retirement, income protection in times of hardship, and work-life balance through paid time off and flexibility. This approach ensures that employees can thrive both professionally and personally. At the same time, we remain fiscally responsible, transparent, and sustainable in every decision, honoring the public's trust and stewarding resources wisely. The total compensation philosophy is aligned with CSU Forward's employer of choice to make the CSU the premier destination for education professionals who are inspired by purpose and committed to impact. Our philosophy is grounded in 6 guiding principles. Institutional alignment. Our reward programs attract and retain the talent needed to advance excellence and student success, the very heart of the CSU mission. Competitive rewards. Compensation is market informed and fiscally responsible, balancing competitiveness and stewardship of public resources. Define comparison markets. We benchmark pay and benefits against appropriate markets for faculty, staff, and leadership to ensure fairness and relevance. Comprehensive offerings. We view compensation holistically, encompassing pay, benefits, career growth, well-being, and work-life balance. Measurement. We regularly assess market data and internal equity to maintain competitiveness and fairness across the system. And finally, transparency and communication. We provide clear, accessible information about compensation decisions and policies to foster the trust and shared understanding. Our philosophy also recognizes the vital role of collective bargaining in shaping our compensation practices that honor both our values and our workforce partnerships. Together, these principles strengthen our ability to attract, support, and retain an exceptional workforce that drives CSU's mission forward. Finally, our philosophy establishes clear governance and accountability. The Board of Trustees and Chancellors provide oversight and direction, ensuring that our total compensation programs aligns with institutional goals and our public mission. Human Resources, in partnership with Faculty Affairs and university leaders, administers and maintains all aspects of these programs, ensuring continuous review, improvement, and transparency. Through this governance, we demonstrate our commitment to fairness, integrity, and long-term sustainability. So why does this matter? The total compensation philosophy is our way of saying we see you, we value you, and we are investing in you. It reflects CSU's Forward's call for professional excellence that drives transformation and strengthens students' outcomes. This is how we build a premier workforce, one that fosters innovation, inclusion, and belonging. It's how we turn vision into action and ensure that the CSU remains the nation's model for public higher education and California's employer of choice. In closing, this philosophy is more than a framework. It's a promise to honor our people, strengthen our purpose, and secure the CSU's role as the engine of opportunity for generations to come. Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is an information item. An amended item with the attachment was posted on the CSU board website and is provided as a handout. Other questions, comments from the board? Why don't we start with Darlene?
Thank you so much, Trustee Furstenberg, and thank you, Vice Chancellor Huarte. The CSU total compensation philosophy outlines a very clear holistic approach to attracting and retaining a strong workforce through competitive salaries, comprehensive benefits, professional development, and a commitment to transparency and fairness, as you said. And grounded in market data and aligned with our mission, the philosophy reinforces CSU's goal of being an employer of choice while ensuring compensation practices remain fiscally responsible and sustainable. You know, faculty, staff, student workers, however, may have concerns about implementation, and questions may center on whether competitive compensation can be achieved amid budget constraints and California's high cost of living, and whether the market benchmarks fully capture the different campus realities. So I have a question for you, and that is, how will CSU measure success in achieving the employer of choice status for different integral groups, whether it be MPPs, faculty, staff, or even student workers under this philosophy? How will that be measured?
Thank you for that question. As we embark on the employer of choice, compensation is one aspect. So we will do, as the Chancellor announced, a market study for faculty and staff, so that'll be the first step to measure. In terms of measurements, and it's been my experience, you look at turnover rates, you look at vacancy, tenure, retention. So as we implement these strategies, there will be certain measurements that we'll want to bring back to the board in terms of the employer of choice.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I want to add my thanks to the Chancellor, the staff, everybody who has been involved in this. And just start by saying that I really appreciate and endorse and fully support the total compensation philosophy that's been put forward. In the 4 years, I've been at the board 4 years, but it was absolutely clear to me on the very first board meeting that we had a compensation system that wasn't working, and we also had a long-term financial sustainability problem. So both issues have been top of mind for me now for 4 years, and we're finally here. So thank you, everybody, we're there. I want to say that this philosophy is not just words, that it really is a framework to compel action. And I also want to acknowledge the concerns that you raised, Trustee Melchior, about how do we do this with all these tough times? That's a reality as well. But I want to just speak to what has been done, even in this budget. And I just would say, I pointed this out, we have this budget submission. Even in this tough times, this budget includes a request from the legislature for a 3% increase for all of our employees, a down payment on the steps that we promised our staff. And we're not asking for it all because it's very pricey. It's $65 million. So we're asking for 20 of the 65 because we have, in addition to the 3% increase, we are living with a reality of constrained resources and making choices as best we can within that reality. So we are acting on this. I just want to say this, and we will act realistically on that as best we can. The reality is like a cold shower, right? And that's what we're dealing with, okay? But that doesn't stop us from wanting and believing and needing to do this, okay? This board only controls about 40% of our revenues through tuition increases. That was a hard decision we made 4 years ago, but I'll tell every one of you, it's the only thing that has not made the past few years worse. And we bit the bullet on that. And it was hard, especially because it affected our students. The primary reason we are all here is for our students, and we had to bite the bullet to do something for them. The other 60% of the budget comes from Sacramento. We were very successful last year in our advocacy. And by we, I mean the collective we. It wasn't this board, it was everybody. And I want to acknowledge everybody's help in this. And we need your help again. Let's stop with a kind of divisiveness and finger pointing and join together to begin the down payment so that we can actually achieve what we want to do and be, the employer of choice.
Thank you. You want to follow that?
No. I was just thinking that. I do not want to follow that. I just have a few modest thoughts. But first, I am very proud of this compensation philosophy and that we have it. And I want to thank Vice Chancellor Hutarte and Chancellor Garcia and Chair Clark and everyone who was involved in getting us to this point. It's really critical that we are at this point. This is the point we should be at. We have to start with a vision, with a philosophy. And our philosophy should be that we're the employer of choice. We don't live in a perfect world, as we know, and we have to fight. It's our job here to fight for the CSU to have the respect that it deserves and to be as strong as it can be. And in a perfect world, maybe we would change the market because our vision is to be market competitive. So maybe we would lower the market, but we can't do that. So we have to evolve. And it's our job to grow the CSU, to imagine it being greater and to make decisions that strengthen it, and then to do the hard work to fight for the funding to support the vision we have. We understand that we're nothing without our students, as we were reminded yesterday. We know that. And we understand that our students will only come to the university if they have strong faculty and staff to support them. And we also understand that each of our universities need a great leader. We have to attract all of those elements to have the university we deserve. And our chancellor is an example of the great changes that come about when we have a strong leader. We need incredible leaders, as we have at our universities, and we have to keep them, and we have to be able to attract them. So we need to fight for our presidents, our faculty, and our staff, and use this philosophy as a North Star. I'm glad we have a philosophy to refer to as we make our decisions. And I also want to say, as we all know, that this is all being done with an eye toward the university being financially stable. We don't have a university if it's not going to be, our job is to make sure that it's also fiscally stable. So we need to fight hard, advocate hard, and find additional avenues for revenue to be able to be the university that our state deserves. Thank you.
Well said. Chair Clark.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. I am hardened by this philosophy. And by the way, I don't ever like to speak after Trustee Lopez. But I'm hardened. Thank you. I'm hardened by this, this philosophy. Great organizations, like great people in my view, are defined by their values, not by circumstances. And the issue of compensation, the time I've been on this board, has been one of difficulty, but lack of clarity, and moving in a visceral way. A philosophy allows us, at all levels of the CSU, to measure ourselves according to the commitment we make by recognizing this philosophy. And one of the things I'm most glad to see is the language which says total compensation packages are based on competitive market data from defined peer groups and comparison markets which vary across the system. As a trustee, there have been so many times, and I'm so glad we're here, that I felt like we made decisions based upon heart rather than logic and data. And logic and data sometimes will require us to do things that are uncomfortable. But I can't tell you how proud I am to be on this board. People who are willing to take from their time, commit to a higher purpose, which is higher education, the students, the faculty, the staff, and make the sorts of decisions that the largest public university system in the United States needs to make. This philosophy, in my view, is one of the most important things that the CSU has done, at least on the time that I've been on this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We'll now move to item 7. It is another information item on executive compensation study conducted by Siegel. Today's presentation was provided as a handout this morning, and now I turn it back to you, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. I'm pleased to introduce Jason Adwin from Siegel. Jason is the Senior Vice President and the leader of the Siegel National Compensation and Career Strategies practice. He has more than 25 years of experience working with higher education institutions, private companies and nonprofit organizations in executive compensation, leadership teams, boards, and compensation committees on executive total compensation. Jason?
Thank you, Frank, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here this morning. Today we are going to provide... There you go. Thank you. Today we're going to provide to all of you some of the data that Chair Clark was just mentioning. So if we can go to the next page, please. The CSU system engaged Siegel to conduct a total remuneration market study of competitiveness for all the CSU presidents. As a first step in that process, Siegel reviewed the internal campus groupings and the comparator groups, or the peers. As a reminder, the internal campus groupings are how we link each individual institution together based upon their size and complexity characteristics, and the CSU institutions have changed in size and complexity since the last market study analysis was conducted. Our assessment resulted in 4 internal groupings instead of the 3 that were current, which resulted in several of the campuses and the CSU institutions shifting into different groups. We also significantly expanded the comparator groups, or the peers, to more appropriately measure the market for executive talent. In the previous studies, there had been 5 to 8 peers for each one of the internal groupings, and now there are well over 20 peers in each one of the groupings, which adds stability to the analysis and confidence. The market assessment uses data gathered from the Chronicle of Higher Education, contracts received either directly from an institution or Freedom of Information Act requests, and research that we conducted from all available public sources. We aged that market data to a common date of July 1st, 2025, using a 4.4% annual update factor, and the CSU and market data in this report is shown as of July 25. Some key terms for all of you to keep in mind as you go through this. Total cash compensation refers to base salary plus bonus and incentive. Total remuneration is all components of compensation: salary, bonus and incentive, retirement, and deferred compensation. And then lastly, when we refer to the term of a percentile, that refers to a leader's competitive positioning within the peer group. A percentile indicates the relative positioning within a group of observations. So for example, the 20th percentile is the value below which 20% of the observations may be found. Next page, please. Here we'll cover some of the executive summary findings from the group, specifically on presidential competitiveness. CSU president's salary and total remuneration are positioned well below the market. Specifically, base salary is below the market median for all presidents, with 18 or 82% of the presidents falling in the bottom quartile of the market or below the 25th percentile. From a total remuneration standpoint, all but one president's total remuneration falls below the median, with 8 or 36% of presidents below the 25th percentile. The improvement in the competitive positioning between the base salary and the total remuneration is due to the retirement plans, and specifically the CalPERS Classic retirement plan contributions for those incumbents that participate within those plans. And then lastly, when we look at the group competitiveness between them, the Group 1 presidents are furthest below the market, with total remuneration ranging somewhere between 69% of the median and 89% of the median. Another one of our major findings had to do on the compensation options or the alternatives or the programs that are being offered by the CSU. And specifically, the CSU does not offer the types of pay options that we typically see in the marketplace today, specifically whether that be incentive compensation or pay at risk or deferred compensation. When we look at pay-at-risk incentive compensation, 48% of the comparator institutions within our study provided some variable pay to their presidents at an average value of 18% of base salary. And similarly, 41% of comparator institutions provided a supplemental deferred compensation to their presidents at an average value of $85,000. Our other major finding had to do with benefits and perquisites, and that the benefits offerings, generally speaking, are richer than the peers that we studied, but only those presidents that happen to participate in the classic retirement plans would see a meaningful change in their competitive positioning because of the retirement plans. All of the other benefits, while generally richer than the market, do not produce a meaningful economic value that would change competitive positioning. We also found that perquisites are generally standard. So when we dug deep into each one of these offerings, the health and welfare and insurance programs, they were generally more competitive, but while being more competitive, they didn't necessarily change the economic value or the positioning in the peer group. The retirement are not the same case. So participant in the classic retirement plans, they have meaningfully richer benefits than those in the PEPRA plan. And the classic plan is also considerably richer than the marketplace. When we looked at housing, comparator institutions generally provide their presidents with a housing benefit in the form of a residence or an alternative allowance at somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000 in the marketplace. The CSU housing allowances are similar at $50,000 and $60,000, and they're consistent with the market opportunities, but it has to be noted that the cost of living within the system and the campuses is significantly higher than most of the cost of living in the similar peers that we looked at from most of those campus locations. We also looked at auto allowances. Most institutions do provide their presidents with an auto benefit in the form of a university-provided vehicle or an allowance, typically somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000. The CSU allowance at $12,000 is consistent with the marketplace. And lastly, one of our major findings had to do on the policies and practices of the previous policies and practices of the CSU. Specifically, over the last few years, there was a pay, quote-unquote, freeze for the presidents. They did not receive the general wage increase that the rest of the population received over the last 3 years. If the salaries had increased at the same rate provided to others, more than half of the presidents would have been within 10% of the median total remuneration, and today, only 5 are within that 10% of median. Also of note is that the current policy does limit successor president salaries to no more than a 10% increase over the previous incumbent, absent extenuating circumstances. Today's marketplace for presidents is exceptionally competitive, and that current policy, if it maintained in place, would have restricted the pool of available candidates that the CSU could recruit from in filling its vacancies. On the next page, I'm going to walk through the executive summary for base salary and total remuneration spend for all presidents. This is what we call our aggregate spend analysis. And from base salary, if we look at that first column, you can see that amongst the presidents today, the CSU is spending just over $10 million in base salary. When we look at the market percentiles at the 25th percentile, the median, and the 75th percentile, you can see the distribution is 10.6, 12 million, and 13.5 million respectively. We often look as a percent to median as a measure of competitiveness. And what we see here is that the CSU is spending 83% as a percent of the median. Said differently, for every dollar that the market is spending on compensation for presidents, the CSU is spending 83 cents. When we look at total remuneration, the same story holds true, but because the retirement plans are a little bit more competitive than we might see in the market, that 83% reverts to 84%, reflecting the premium of the classic plans. Below, you can see the impact of all of these results on the groups, and as I mentioned before, the Group 1 presidents are the least competitive when we measured them to marketplace. On the next page, we take a look at our distribution of individual competitiveness. This shows how each one of the presidents compares from a quartile placement to the market. And while you can't quite see on that slide, the difference is the darker orange is below the 25th percentile, the lighter orange is between the 25th percentile and the median, and anything in blue is above the median. And you can see as we look at the distribution in Group 1 presidents, all of them are below the 25th percentile when it comes to salary and total remuneration. Group 2 presidents, 75% below salary and 25% between the 25th percentile and the median. And then all of the presidents between the 25th percentile and the median when it comes to total remuneration. Same story holds true for Group 3 and Group 4, and you can see the distributions. And then when we look at all of the presidents, 82% of them are below the median, below the 25th percentile for salary, and all but one are below the median for total remuneration. On the next slide, we had, because of a review of total remuneration, also requires a review of the benefits. And as I mentioned previously, the only benefits here that create a meaningful sort of differentiation in the competitive positioning would be those retirement plans. And the retirement plans are all more competitive than the marketplace, but participants that participate in the CalPERS plan have a meaningfully richer benefit than newer participants that participate in the PEPRA plan. As you look down the list, you can see that most of the benefits here are either more or highly competitive versus the competitive marketplace, which does improve, as we mentioned before, the competitive positioning modestly or slightly. This concludes my presentation on the market for executive compensation. Chair Furstenberg, I'd be happy to take any questions or comments from the group at this time.
Thank you very much. This is an information item, but are there any comments, reflections on this from any trustee?
I'll try and be quick. Can we go back to the slide that showed, can you just start moving back, whoever's in charge of the slides? Keep going. There we go. I want to go back through this for anyone who's watching, because we as a board have had a chance to look at this now a few different times. And this is the first time where this information item is being shared publicly. So there are a few important things here. Thing one, we took our 22 universities and compared them to similar size and complexity universities. Caltech and Harvard are not on this list of comparators. Thing two, we then said, what are the actual pay ranges at those places that look and feel similar compared to where we are? And what you'll see is that what we are currently spending on base salary and total remuneration, so all in, is just about at the 25th percentile versus those similarly situated places. That means that for just about every one of our presidents, and in a future slide, but I don't want you to move it, what we see then is that all of our presidents are either at that 25th, below that 25th, or somewhere in the 25th to not the median. We are not seeking, as per our compensation philosophy, to bring them to the very top. Instead, we're saying we are trying to ensure that we can attract and retain for our leaders, our faculty, and our staff. So as we look at this, it's just important to see, and the reason I wanted to bring us here, that we are not there, that we are very far from there. The last time we had done this study was in 2019, so it's great to have this. I was very excited to hear, Chancellor, that we are committed to doing a staff study next, because the last time we did our staff study, we weren't there, but we were closer than 83 or 84%. And so this is one of those, we need to move each one of these collectively closer to the median. And so I wanted to make sure, just to ground us, we are comparing against the right institutions. We are far from where we need to be. And we need to commit to doing this for our executives, for our faculty, and for our staff on a continuing basis, so that whenever we are too far from where we want to be, we do everything in our power to move us closer.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as my colleagues have so well said, that this philosophy is our North Star in our journey, and it's going to take us time to get to all the outcomes that we want. And so I believe, if you could show that last slide on the, correct, thank you, something that we could do right away for all employees in all of our groups is, when you look at that tuition benefit where it says less competitive, I would request that we come back at a future date, that we change that as soon as possible to ensure that all of our employees receive a highly competitive result, because I truly believe that this is a benefit, and I would love to see the cost analysis, but a benefit well worth the money that we would spend to attract all kinds of employees, especially those who make the least amount in our system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Okay. We have 6 more items. And Chair, how are we doing on time?
Keep going.
Okay. This item 9 is an action item providing a policy on executive compensation. An amended item with the attachment was previously posted on the website and is provided. So, Vice Chancellor, keep going.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. Building on the compensation philosophy we just discussed and the market study, I'm pleased to present the executive compensation policy included in your board materials. This policy reflects the California State University's ongoing commitment to modernize our compensation practices, align with national peers, and ensure we continue to attract and retain exceptional leadership across our universities. It represents an evolution of our approach, part of the broader CSU Forward vision to create a thriving university that advances social mobility, affordability, and student success for all Californians. As we move forward under the CSU Forward strategy, our focus is clear: to position the California State University as a system that uplifts students, empowers employees, and strengthens California's communities. Achieving this vision depends on steady, capable, and inspired leadership, individuals who guide our faculty and staff, shape opportunity for nearly 500,000 students, and uphold CSU's mission of access, affordability, and student achievement. This compensation policy is not simply about pay. It's about people and purpose. It's a strategic investment in leadership stability, institutional excellence, and accountability. grounded in transparency, equity, and fiscal responsibility. It ensures that CSU remains competitive in the national landscape while staying true to its public mission, serving all Californians with integrity, innovation, and impact. The executive compensation policy establishes a clear, equitable, and market-informed framework for how we attract, reward, and retain the leaders who guide our system. It aligns compensation with contribution and impact, recognizing measurable progress towards CSU's key priorities: student success and graduation rates, closing equity gaps, fostering inclusive excellence, and strengthening community partnership. This policy provides the flexibility and accountability we need to respond to a dynamic higher education environment while ensuring every compensation decision is transparent, consistent, and fiscally prudent. Ultimately, it strengthens our ability to cultivate a leadership pipeline that values service, builds stability, and sustains the excellence that defines the CSU experience. The executive compensation policy introduces key components, each designed to reinforce CSU's standing as an employer of choice and align leadership rewards with performance, market realities, and our mission. Let's walk through these briefly. Executive compensation will be benchmarked nationally and informed by individual performance, leadership potential, experience, and reputation, ensuring internal equity and fiscal responsibility. Salary increases. Salary increases will be performed based and aligned with general salary adjustments provided to faculty and staff, maintaining fairness across the CSU community. For the first time, this policy introduces performance-based at-risk pay, up to 15% of base salary, funded entirely by non-state, non-tuition, and non-student fees, not including Associated Students, Incorporated, or ASI. This is a performance-based at-risk and is not guaranteed, tied directly to annual goals, aligned with the CSU forward priorities such as student achievement, equity, and operational excellence. Defined compensation. To maintain retirement competitive for executives under this policy, it introduces a defined contribution plan, again funded by non-state, non-tuition, and non-student fees, not including Associated Students, Incorporated. Housing allowances. Recognizing the public-facing role of campus presidents hosting events, engaging donors, and representing CSU in the community, this policy allowances reflect California's cost of living realities. And finally, regular market reviews. This policy requires a comprehensive compensation market review every 3 years to ensure continued competitiveness, transparency, and adaptability to the evolving higher education environment. In summary, this policy is more than an administrative update. It's a strategic commitment to leadership excellence and to CSU goal of becoming the employer of choice in higher education. It strengthens our ability to attract, develop, and retain transformational leaders who embody CSU's values of integrity, equity, and service. By investing in leadership, we are investing in California's future, ensuring that the people who guide this great university have the support, stability, and recognition they need to help our students, faculty, and communities thrive. This policy affirms the CSU's greatest strength in its people and the experience and excellence in leadership that fuels excellence across the entire system. Before I close, I do want to make sure that we are clear on the non-state, non-student fees funding. It does not include Associate Student Incorporated. So I just want to make sure that's clear as a funding mechanism. I know that this is the first time we're talking about this, but I do want to just reinforce that the performance at risk and the deferred compensation does not include Associated Student Incorporated or ASI. The Chancellor's Office recommends the Board approval of the proposed executive compensation policy as outlined in your materials. Trustee Furstenberg, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. This item 9, the approval of the policy on executive compensation, is an action item before the committee. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve this item? Second? Second. Okay, now open for discussion from the board. Chair.
Thank you for this. And I just want to clarify, you've said it 3 times, but I want to make sure, because there are folks who are going to be looking at this after we leave these chambers, and I want to make sure we're crystal clear in our language. Under deferred compensation, it says, the program says, introduces a deferred compensation plan addressed in Agenda Item 10, aimed at strengthening executive retirement competitiveness using non-state, non-tuition, and non-student fee funds. And when it says this includes Associated Students Incorporated, the phrase includes, it links it to the portion which says that shall not be used, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
That's why I repeated it 3 times.
I heard you say that, and I wanted to, in an institution this large, with as many eyes that are going to be going over this, when somebody says, well, it says includes, it's including it in the exclusion.
That is correct.
Yes.
Chair.
All right. I want to make crystal clear. All right.
Thank you. Leslie?
Thank you. I have one question on the wording of the performance-based at-risk pay. When we say that it is based on achievement of specific goals throughout the year, I wanted to also make it clear, though, that it is also linked to our goal, our North Star goal, right, of market competitiveness and getting to median, right? That there's a corollary there in terms of, so it's not only based on performance, it's based on that they are under market, getting to market also. And if there's a way to incorporate that into the wording of the philosophy of the at-risk. So in other words, I just want to be clear. For example, some executives, right, might have achieved every goal and reach performance and not receive at-risk pay because they might be we might have already gotten them to the market competitive place.
Yeah, so I want to make sure, and Trustee Ambriella, Diego, please correct me. This is not a bonus. This is not above and beyond. This is at risk. So I think we want to make that clear that this is not above and beyond. This is within the construct of the compensation. I know you were very passionate about that.
So that's my request, that it be embedded in this wording, because right now we only say it's based on achieving goals. And so I think it would be helpful at some point. It doesn't have to be, I think we could approve it today, but I would like moving forward for that to be embedded so that each part of this is understandable in and of itself also.
So it sounds like then, and I'm sorry, Jean, that I'm just going to jump in, but here's what I'm hearing you say, Leslie, so I'm going to try and do 2 things. One, directly respond, and then make sure that collectively, having served on the Chancellor's work group on this, I had a chance with Frank and the team to really dive in deep. Once we said the goal aligned to our philosophy is to get folks as close to the median as we can get while remaining financially sustainable, while all of the other things that are in there, We then said, what are the ways in which we might do that? And we said, of course, base pay is one of those. That comes from the money we get from the state, from tuition. And then we said there's a deferred compensation component that we're going to add for the first time. That would be the next vote if this passes. And then we said there's going to be another way in the totality that we would get them to the median is to add an at-risk performance piece of this. Those goals are already set. We as a board already get a chance to look at those. The chancellor works with her team to build out those goals to ensure that our presidents are driving towards the metrics that matter. But currently, those goals and that work, if they hit them or not, there is no change in compensation. In this policy, what we're suggesting is we want to move to 15%, not a bonus, but 15% of their total pay actually being tied to hitting those goals. And so that is what we're actually looking at. That deferred compensation and that at-risk pay are both the non-state, non-tuition, non-student impacting dollars. And for the first time with the at-risk performance pay, it's tying it directly to the goals that are already being set that are aligned to our strategic plan. So that is just the summary that I think is critical, that I want to make sure this full board and the broader public understand. Leslie, then what I think I'm hearing you say is you want to make sure that we are appropriately naming where those get set and how we meet those. I would take you up on, if we're going to pass this, let's pass this today without amendment. And then I would say, as we roll out, we're going to see that we've got this discussion and a vote. If this passes, we'll go to deferred compensation, a discussion and a vote, and then we would go to actually applying that in action. I believe that when we apply it in action, we'll see already that this is being put in place the right way, aligned to what you suggested. But then afterwards, we can come back. We can always look at this policy again and amend if we need that clarity down the road.
Leslie, you okay with that?
I am okay with approving this today. I would like the wording to come back. I think it's really healthy for policies to be clear in the policy themselves. So I would like to come back to the wording at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Carson, Wenda, and Julia. I'm sorry, and and Darlene. Okay, sorry. And Chair, would you like to go first?
If I could just...
You certainly may.
I just wanted to tag on to the Vice Chair. I think that Trustee Arambula's analysis is a good one. I recognize, and I think there are at least 3 lawyers on here. And so if we start working on language, we're going to be here till tomorrow. And so with just 3 of us. And so not to mention the general counsel get involved, we'll be here till two more weeks. So I appreciate, Trustee Laurie, your wanting to be crystal clear. And I would say, because of your observation, I kind of see these sessions, and I think these questions are important. These sessions are like the legislative history of what this is. And it's recorded forevermore. So it's a reminder that by you asking the question, we have set into stone the interpretation that's going to be applied by the Chancellor when she's implementing this, as well as by our human resources. So I appreciate your willingness to entertain this today and perhaps decide whether we need to clarify it more. And I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. I want to first off and say I appreciate the minimum impact that this will have on students, and I appreciate the additional clarification with the new amended language as well. I think with that language piece, I do want to bring back into discussion with the current changes, reading that, yes, it's supposed to be non-state, non-student fee resources, and then the little aside of saying this includes ASIs or Associated Students in corporations. It may not be completely fitting to list a specific auxiliary like an ASI. There are other student-ran auxiliaries, such as student union buildings. I wanted to call that piece into question. Personally, I believe that the ending of non-student fee resources may be enough, and I would recommend discussion around that adjustment for language, because I believe that is clear enough on being broad enough for multiple student-ran organizations or student-ran auxiliaries to still be included in that aside. I think it may just be, personally, I may think it may be better for that for long-term purposes, so that doesn't get misconstrued over time, and that we don't have to continue to bring this back and open up that conversation. I like I said, I appreciate the crystal clear perspective on the board that this will not come from student fees, will not come from student-related, activities, so to speak, or resources. But I wanted to call that into discussion.
Thank you for that.
I love that addition. Carson, you're on the committee. I think what you are doing is making a motion to amend the written policy in front of us as such to make that piece clearer. Don, I think with that motion, we would then be looking for a second. We then need to vote on that. And then if passed, then we would be doing that. So, yeah.
Correct. That's what I'm insinuating at. I wanted to kind of get a temperature check to see if that is a direction that we feel is right as a board. And I'm happy to make that motion as see fit with help from General Counsel.
I second it.
Second.
I want to be specific about
Okay, can we?
my motion.
Terrific. Can you help us?
You're on the right track. So we've just had a motion to amend, and the motion to amend is passed. So now you can discuss that and then what the amendment should be.
Can I ask to have the specific language of the amendment?
The language that I would propose would be to strike. This includes Associated Students Incorporated, in quotation, or in parentheses, ASI, from 9 different mentions throughout deferred comp and exec comp.
So if I may help, at page 2 of the policy is where Trustee Fajardo is referring. You'll see it at item 2 at the end of the last sentence of that paragraph, the phrase including Associated Students Incorporated, parentheses, ASI.
And it should now read?
That should be removed.
Okay. Okay.
If you would like, for record purposes, I can read out the different times that this occurs. Just want to be helpful.
Okay. So do we need now for the committee to vote on this amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I believe we have a committee member who is in a remote, so we would ask Ms. Carell to call for a vote.
For the amendment to item 9, Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
I'll abstain.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, please. I'm sorry. I thought Is this to the issue we've just discussed?
Well, it's a question regarding
Please.
the deferred comp. I just wanted to ask Vice Chancellor Ojarte to explain on the deferred comp, there's a vesting period and how that works with regards to the overall benefit.
Sure. I'm going to ask Jason because he helped us design it.
Sure. Thank you, Frank. There's a 2-year vesting period, cliff vesting from the date of grant. So once they're approved, there'll be a 2-year vesting period at which, after the 2-year period, there will be constructive receipt to the executive, the substantial risk of forfeiture will have lapsed, and then the payment will be taxable. So 2 full years from the date of grant.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the motion or the amended item was for the deferred comp piece of this. I would like to ask a point of information if we will need to amend the deferred comp as well on top of the executive comp policies. So they are 2 separate items on the agenda. If not, that's okay. I just wanted to ask that clarification to ensure that
So
we don't need to make 2 subsequent motions or amendment.
Well, I would, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we come to that item, then we would consider your motion again, if that's okay.
If I may,
Please.
that is correct. And we also still need to move, we need to pass the amendment that was just made. So we'll have to make that motion as well. But we're on item 9 right now.
Right,
Not deferred
right,
comp. Okay.
right. We're still on 9. And you have another question, Carson? Go ahead. Please.
Yes, please. Thank you. I just want to ensure that for reflection of minutes and the purpose of the amendment was that every single instance that same language is mentioned, that it would be in accordance with the amendment. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that again. I think you said it very well, but appreciate the clarity. Okay, I want to see where we are.
We did pass the amendment.
Do we need to, I thought we had passed the amendment.
We did.
Yeah, okay. So now we're going to continue the discussion, and I just want to see, I have Wenda, Julia, Darlene, and Jack. Wenda, okay, Julia?
Just a couple of comments, general comments about, there are only really 2 things that this board really does. And one of them, which is the big one, of course, is to set direction and strategy. And as the chair likes to remind us frequently, do the oversight on how that is being implemented. And the only other thing that we actually do, is hire the leadership of the university so that we have the right leaders to carry out the strategy and the policies that we pass, and that we can do oversight to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And in that instance, what we're trying to do here is make sure, as was discussed, that we have really the ability to go out and recruit the best leaders that we can in a national market that's right now very competitive, very hard to do. So in terms of that, we've had a policy, and this new policy is not about breaking that 10% cap. What this policy is really doing is modernizing it, bringing it up to date to allow us to compete in that market, to allow us to actually have the tools by which we can attract the best people that we can. And I just want to underscore that. The other side of this is to retain the wonderful people we recruit. You know, without retention, we really will have just a merry-go-round of leaders. And it's very hard to keep that going. Right now, our average tenure of presidents, the existing permanent presidents, is just a little over 5 years. When we hire the vacancies that we will have, that we know we have, not counting any that may come before that, the average tenure will drop to 3 years of the leadership of this university. And I don't know about you, but for example, I think Trustee Steinhauser could speak to how difficult and the damage that kind of turnover and short tenure has done to school districts around the state. We cannot afford to do that. So this policy really is about getting the best leadership that we can, retaining the good leaders that we have, and have it most of all withstand the test of time as conditions continue to change. It gives us the flexibility in a turbulent market, and it gives us the same flexibility if things stabilize. That's when we will exercise those judgments. But the policy should withstand the test of time, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Darlene.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. And like Trustee Lopez, I too appreciate the intent of the proposed policy, and that is to strengthen our CSU system's ability to attract and retain high-performing leaders. I do have a question for you, and that is, as we implement this new policy, how will the CSU ensure that this new market-based system preserves equity across campuses with different resource levels?
So I want to start with our North Star. Our total compensation philosophy is going to be the framework in which we ensure equity. So that's why I think it was very important to discuss that earlier and bring that forward, because it's not just equity for the leaders, it's equity for faculty, it's equity for students and what have you. So our total compensation philosophy will create that equitable framework and approach. From there, as we were presented, we have the 4 groupings, and so within each group there are market and then target. So we will use the market study to ensure, and it's data inform to ensure equity. So that's how we would approach that.
Yeah, I'll just add, Frank, it's measurement, over time. So we said in the policy here, a minimum of every 3 years. But when we're working with many institutions and organizations in this market, they want to do studies more frequently, either every other year. And I think the same will hold true with your commitment to faculty and staff. Measurement of where competitiveness is the way that you'll be able to hold yourselves accountable to the policy.
Just a point of clarification. I heard make mention non-state, non-tuition revenue. So if we're looking at being equitable, are we speaking about non-general funds from those campuses? How would you ensure equity across campuses?
I'm going to ask interim EVC Patrick Lenz to provide that update.
So I don't know what point we were going to go to the slide. We do have clarification on that, and maybe if we could just wait till the point in time. Oh, we're going to go now. Okay, fair enough. All right. So I wanted to address your question and concern, but also convey to the trustees where this policy lies within the framework of the overall CSU budget, because there's been a lot of concerns raised about the fact that given challenging fiscal times, what does this mean in relationship to the CSU budget? So as you can see here, for 24-25, we had an overall total compensation commitment for all of our employees of $6.5 billion. Just over 50%, or $3.3 billion, was for our faculty. 33%, $2.1 billion represented staff. 16.4%, $1.1 billion for the non-represented staff. And then you could see $20 million, or 0.28%, for our executives. Flip to the next slide, please. Over the past 4 years, we've literally provided $770 million in compensation, salary and health benefits to our represented staff, 68.7%, non-represented staff, 145.1 million, 12.9%, executives. And the executives, as you can see down below, include the presidents, the chancellor, and the vice chancellors within the system-wide office. 2.9 million, or 0.3%, and then for all of our employees, 203 million in health benefits to offset increasing health care cost. So if we can flip to the next slide. So this is the slide that's going to address your concerns. When the work group was looking at this particular issue, it was imperative that we do our best to focus on non-state general fund and non-tuition related. That is system-wide tuition, campus-based fees, anything related to a perception or actual reality that there was going to be a cost associated that the students would pay to support this policy. So we are currently have a framework in place that we utilize as part of our enhancement fund, where we generate revenue from campus-based auxiliaries. We're going to be increasing and expanding this current enhancement fund with an indirect cost assessment that, again, would not come from any kind of state general fund or fee revenue, tuition revenue generated. And then this would have, this currently comes directly to the chancellor's office centrally, and we would be distributing that based on any given year, your recommendations relative to your approval of executive compensation. We currently have an indirect cost formula that utilizes about $1,500 per $25 million per a campus operating budget. That would increase to $10,000 per $25 million for the campus operating budget. It would raise from about $600 million by about $2.6 million to have a total enhancement fund of about $3.2 million to cover those costs. So we've tried to recognize, and of course this dollar amount, two things. This dollar amount will be adjusted on what the needs are in any given year based on the level of compensation that you approve. And it also will come to the board for review in any given year, and a recognition that if some adjustments need to be made relative to either the revenue source or the dollar amount, that we would bring that back to you for your review.
This is really very helpful. Thank you very much.
Jack.
Just real quick, and as a follow-up to what Darlene was getting into, the students won't pay for this. The state won't pay for this. Begs the question: who the hell's paying for this? And it's foundations or some other non-student, non-state funded. What I want to make sure is that the impact to the campuses is equitable across the 22 or 23. And I think that's what you were getting at. And I'd just like to see a chart at some point when we hopefully approve all this today that shows what each of the campuses is going to pay.
We would be happy to give you that revised chart, also with the appropriate dollar amount. We've just done a guesstimate based on an assumption of what the policy might be, but I know that you've recently made some adjustments to that will change that dollar amount, so we'll be happy to get that to you.
And the measurement is against the general fund. That's, I mean, the confusing part of this is the measurement for the contribution.
The measurement is against a campus's operating budget. So,
which includes state and student money.
It does, but that is not included as part of the revenue source.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we could just see that chart at some point, maybe the next meeting, or send it to the finance committee.
We'll get a follow-up. We'll do that.
Thank you. Are there any other? Okay. I'm sorry. Please.
Thank you. Just a quick comment and appreciation for the data and for all the information that was given to us. And now that we have this equitable framework and approach, which is crucial for all of our stakeholders. I'm really appreciative of all that information for us to make these decisions today. I also do look forward to seeing a more comprehensive study and updated data for our staff. Chancellor, I want to thank you for your commitment and saying we're going to get that in early 2026, because I think that's going to be crucial to move forward to be able to attract and retain staff and faculty. So I just really am wanting to make sure that all of our stakeholders can thrive personally and professionally. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you for that. Chair?
Very, very quick. One of the things that I want to emphasize about this policy, and I do believe it should pass, is the introduction of performance-based pay at risk. This would require that on a yearly basis, an evaluation, because right now we evaluate the presidents on a triannual basis. While the board, that won't change, but on a yearly basis, the board is going to be informed by the chancellor of how the presidents are doing. And as a result, by passing this, we increase our oversight ability in ways that historically we just didn't have available. So this is not just about providing a correct market-driven level of compensation for executives. It's also about this board doing what we've sworn to do.
Thank you. Please.
Okay, once discussion is complete, even though you have voted on the amendment, you voted on the motion to amend, you've voted on the amended language, now we need to go back and vote on the main motion with the amended policy, and then you'll have it complete.
I know you're going to be shocked, but that's what I was going to do. I'm shocked.
Jean, you and me.
Jean, I'm not shocked, and while I'm not on the committee, I just want to pull us back from, we did such a great job ensuring that everything about this is right. I want to just take a few steps back and say why I am in favor of this and hope those on the committee pass this, and then send it to the full board where I will be voting yes if it comes to us. It was not that long ago that we built a strategic plan. Central to that strategic plan is that we are an employer of choice. To be an employer of choice, we must attract the right faculty, staff, and leaders. We must modernize our compensation approach to attract and keep up to speed the leaders. This is our effort to do that in ways that recognize the position we're in and move us forward. We cannot. The reason I am so fervently in favor of this is not because I'm excited about saying let's pay more. It's because we cannot achieve our strategic plan without the right people in the buildings doing it. And so we must move forward in this way. So that strategic plan, which I am deeply proud of and excited to continue to march forward with, to me means we must move forward with a philosophy and an approach like this.
Thank you for that. Did you want to? If there are no more questions and comments, there has been a motion and a second to approve the item as amended. I wrote it down. Only committee members may vote at this time. Ms. Carell, please call the roll.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Aye.
Trustee Nejabat.
Aye.
Trustee Fajardo.
Aye.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez. Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you all, and thank you, Carson. Item 10 is an action item providing a deferred compensation plan. An amended item with attachments was previously posted. You're up again, Frank.
Madam Chair, before you go on, I just want to do a time check. We're okay. Just wanted to check. Thank you.
All right. Before we start, I want to make sure that we're talking about the plan and not the policy. So the plan does not have that language in it. So with that, all right, here we go. Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. As part of CSU's continued modernization of executive compensation framework, I am presenting the proposed 457F deferred compensation plan for presidents, vice chancellors, and future chancellors. This policy represents another step in advancing our CSU forward vision, building a system that is agile, sustainable, and employer of choice for exceptional leadership talent. This plan is a key component of CSU's system-wide total compensation philosophy and the board's executive compensation policy. Together, these efforts ensure our executive compensation program is market competitive, equitable, and aligned with best practices across higher education. The 457F deferred plan provides a flexible tool to strengthen leadership continuity and ensure consistency across all CSU executive retirement arrangements. It complements existing retirement programs by aligning a deferred compensation opportunity system-wide, bringing clarity and cohesion to how CSU recognizes executive service and commitment. This approach is consistent with the CSU Forward's employee of choice and building system strength priorities, ensuring our leadership framework supports stability, accountability, and long-term excellence. Importantly, this plan will be funded through non-state, non-tuition, non-student fee, reinforcing CSU commitment to fiscal responsibility and transparency. The CSU 457F plan follows a well-established model used by leading public and nonprofit universities to attract and retain mission-driven executives. These amounts are subject to a 2-year vesting schedule, reinforcing continuity and retention during periods of significant institutional change. If a participant leaves CSU before vesting, the unvested amount is forfeited. This design ensures deferred compensation rewards sustained leadership and commitment to the CSU's mission. The result is a balanced, forward-focused plan that ensures CSU's competitiveness and aligns executive rewards with performance, service, and long-term impact. This slide summarizes the design of this California State University 457F deferred compensation plan for executives. Eligibility, design designated by the Board of Trustees for presidents, vice chancellors, and future chancellors. Participation begins on the first day of the next calendar quarter following designation and execution of the participation agreement. Contributions, annual amounts determined by the Board of Trustees. Crediting interest, CSU may credit a rate of return such as a 1-year treasury rate to illustrate account growth. Vesting, after 2 years, uninvested amounts are forfeited if separation occurs before vesting. Payment, once vesting, the balance is distributed in a single cash payment and becomes taxable at that time. These features create a clear, consistent, and transparent structure aligned with CSU's broader executive compensation principles, supporting fairness, retention, and fiscal prudence. In closing, the proposed 457F deferred compensation plan modernizes CSU's total executive compensation framework, aligns retirement opportunities across executive roles, and provides a consistent approach to recognizing leadership and service. It supports CSU's long-term capacity to attract and retain the executives who shape the success of our universities, our students, and the state's future. The Chancellor's Office recommends approval of the proposed 457F deferred compensation plan as provided in Attachment B. Trustee Furstenberg, this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Okay. This is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Now we will be open for discussion, and I hope you will go first, Carson.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. I recognize that the plan that we're voting on is separate than the overview that was attached in our agenda. The plan looks great, but I want to be specific on the language that we're still having in the agenda, if that is what we're going to be voting on as well. There are still 2 instances where the ASI language comes up. I would want to ask clarification on whether or not we're approving that language rather than the attached proposed plan first.
Who can answer that best? Thank you, Don.
You're approving what's in the proposed plan. The agenda item itself is an overview of what's in the proposed plan. And I think Vice Chancellor Hartarte has checked, and that language you're concerned about is not in the proposed plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there is no language.
That is correct.
Those words do not appear.
For clarification, in the agenda, it appears under the agenda item, but in the plan, it does not appear, and I'm appreciative of that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah. I just want to take into accordance that we do not need to amend the agenda. We will need to amend, or we are approving the plan. It's separate from the actual verbiage in the agenda.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well said. Well said. Are there any discussion of the deferred compensation? Okay. Therefore, we have a motion and a second to approve the item. Only committee members may vote.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Neshabat.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez. Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We may be back on time here.
God bless you.
Sorry?
God bless you.
Item 11 is an action item providing recommendations for executive compensation. The amended item was distributed this morning and will be presented by our Chancellor.
As you just heard in the presentation on total compensation philosophy, the updated compensation policy, and the market study conducted by Siegel, the California State University now has a clear, consistent, and principled framework to inform and guide how we approach compensation for all employees across the system. The framework answers the call of CSU Forward to strengthen the foundation of the CSU by investing in our people, modernizing our systems, and ensuring that our campuses thrive for decades to come. It requires not just a policy shift, but a mindset shift, one that takes us from maintenance to momentum, from tradition to transformation, and from obligation to opportunity. Together, these efforts create a strong, transparent foundation that aligns with CSU's Forward strategic vision and our commitment to being an employer of choice in public higher education. The agenda item before you now puts those principles into practice. Today, I am recommending a set of actions for the board's approval that include base pay adjustments for certain campus presidents, performance-based incentives for another group of presidents, and participation in the 457F deferred compensation plan for presidents covered by the PEPRA retirement plan. Each element is carefully designed to support a balanced, competitive, and sustainable total compensation program consistent with the new policy this board has just adopted. It is attentive to our budgetary resources and our long-term financial sustainability, and it reflects a sensitivity to the needs and perspectives of all employees. First, base pay adjustments. The salary recommendations as presented in the material before you reflect a deliberate shift from our previous approach. Under the former policy, the goal was simply to bring presidential salaries up to the market median. The new policy takes a more strategic and differentiated approach, focusing on targeted pay, positioning within a competitive range, generally between 85 and 110% of the market median. I emphasize that it is of the market median. This approach allows us to recognize differences in experience, performance, and institutional impact as outlined in the policy, while maintaining alignment with market data and prudent fiscal stewardship. Second, participation in the at-risk performance incentive plan. Consistent with the executive compensation policy, we are introducing performance-based at-risk pay for presidents up to 15% of base salary to strengthen accountability, reward measurable performance milestones, and advance the objectives of CSU forward for the benefit of current and future students in our state. To this end, these incentives will be tied directly to the CSU strategic priorities with goals and outcomes reviewed annually. Third, deferred compensation. My recommendations include participation in the 457F deferred compensation plan for certain presidents who fall under the PEPRA retirement plan. This provision addresses a significant disparity in retirement benefits and helps ensure leadership equity and retention. Taken together, these components reflect a comprehensive, modern approach to executive compensation, one focused not solely on pay, but also on the leadership capacity required to guide the CSUs in today's higher education environment so that we can achieve our strategic objectives. Our goal is straightforward: to bring CSU's executive compensation to a competitive level, ensuring that our leadership pay remains equitable and aligned with the scope and responsibility of these roles, while honoring the principles of the total compensation philosophy that guide how we compensate all CSU employees. The CSU presidents lead some of the largest and most complex public universities in this country. Each one oversees in the hundreds of millions of dollars, manages thousands of employees, and leads institutions that collectively serve nearly 500,000 students. Today's higher education environment is more complex than ever before, shaped by shifting demographics, increasing regulatory and financial pressures, rapid technological changes, and heightened public expectations for performance and transparency. In this environment, we need to attract and retrain strong, capable, and forward-thinking leaders who can navigate these challenges while advancing the CSU's mission of access, affordability, and inclusive excellence. As we have stated multiple times throughout this committee meeting, the proposed recommendations are not just about pay. They are about securing leadership performance, stability, and continuity, which is the foundation for long-term institutional success. These recommendations strengthen our ability to attract and retain exceptional leaders who drive our mission forward and reflecting the same principles that guide all CSU compensation decisions: fairness, transparency, fiscal responsibility, and alignment with our strategic goals clearly outlined in CSU Forward. Significantly, participation in the Performance Incentive Plan and Deferred Compensation Plan will be funded through non-state, non-tuition, and non-student fee resources. In other words, and this is critically important, no student tuition, student fees, or state general funds will be utilized. In closing, I want to emphasize my full support for these recommendations. They thoughtfully and responsibly apply the new policy framework this board has established and position the CSU to continue leading with integrity, accountability, and inclusive excellence. By investing in our leaders, we are investing in the success of our students, in the success and the strength of our campuses, and the future of California. With that, I respectfully request the board's approval of the proposed presidential compensation adjustments as presented. Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg.
Thank you, Chancellor. Item 11, the approval of executive compensation recommendations, is an action item before the committee. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Who would like to? We'll start with Wenda.
This is a momentous day in the history of the CSU. When I joined the board, which Jeannie was on the board, but it was with Trustee Steinhauser, Trustee McGrory, and I. And what had unfortunately been the status of this board was there was the unfortunate modus operandi of kicking the can down the road. There was such resistance to addressing executive compensation. And it is so heartening that the discussion of this board, but with our leader of our chancellor, our chair, our vice chair, this board is recognizing that we have had to create a policy, a philosophy that enables us to compensate all of our employees fairly, equitably, and keeping us financially sustainable. So I'm just so grateful that we are at this point. We have a strategic plan. We now have a compensation policy. We have a compensation philosophy. And we have this plan that is comprehensive. It's grounded in the market studies. It's aligned with our mission. It is built for accountability. I'm so excited that we have this framework that we can now move forward without having to not be fair to our employees, but particularly to our leaders. And as Trustee Lopez had said, how difficult it is for us to find great leaders. And we have. It is amazing. But we have to retain our great leaders, and we have to attract great leaders who can lead our universities, our faculty, our staff, all for the success of our students, who will then change our communities, uplift our state and our nation. And I'm so grateful for the leaders that we have and hopefully the ones that we will be able to attract. We do have presidential openings, and as Trustee Lopez has said, and we have learned from our search firms, how difficult it is now to attract great leaders. Compensation, being recognized for the work that you do, but also for our faculty and staff, and all because for our students. So with our philosophy, with our policy, I wholeheartedly recommend that we accept and approve the compensation recommendations from our chancellor, which is all based on goals that she will report to us, whether or not they are met, that the compensation is up to 15%. It doesn't mean that everyone will gain 15% in at-risk performance pay. It could be 0, it could be 5, it could be 10, it can be 15. And it is something that the chancellor will report to us each year. So I just want everyone to know that I am wholeheartedly supporting this, and I hope our fellow trustees will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have that Jack, Carson, Julia, and this Jack. So if it's okay, we'll start over there.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. I don't want to repeat everything that Wanda just said. I think we've been at 48 meetings now. We probably discussed this at least a third of them. And on that third, we've been unanimous in our action. We've just kicked the can down the road. Why take an action that's difficult and when you can just continue it? I used to accuse my city council of that all the time. This has just been a tough issue. I mean, it's a tough issue in most organizations. How much do you pay your executives? We have to do it in public, so it makes it even more, more difficult, more controversial. But, I look back at my days as a city manager, and I remember our philosophy was to pay people at the 75th percentile so that we would be competitive. We would be able to recruit and retain the best public employees we could find. It is shocking to think that of the 22 presidents in this system, which is the biggest system in this country, are paid, 18 of them are paid less than 25% of the median. We're not competitive. We're not even on the radar screen. This has become a real crisis as far as I'm concerned, particularly in light of what's happening around the country with presidents and the pressure they're under, the politics, everything else that's happening to these jobs. And every time we have a difficult financial decision, we kick that can down the road sometimes too, and we just look to the presidents and say, figure out how to make it work. And so Julia had this task force, and we looked at how many times we said that, and we said that equivalent to $1.5 billion. We told these presidents to go get creative, go get magical, go figure out how to make it work, deliver the highest quality education we can in the public sector, and at the same time not give them the money to do that. Not only do we not give them the money to do that, we don't pay them. This is a crisis, and it's a crisis across the country, but it's a real crisis in this system because we're paying for 10, 15, 20 years of neglect on this particular issue. So just remember that 18 of 22 are paid less than 25%. That means at least 3 out of 4 of the presidents that are compared in this comparison are paid more than our people. And in some cases, it is a significant gap. If we want to recruit and retain the best presidents in this country, in this system, we got to pay them. It's the right thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do from our perspective. Do you want to go into presidential searches and not have at least 3 people that we think are qualified? That's the situation we will be in if we continue down this road. We're just not going to pay them. We wouldn't even give the presidents the general pay increase we gave to 55,000 employees. We said to the 22 presidents, eat it. We're not going to pay you. We're not going to give you that increase. All that does is further compress the system in terms of compensation for people below them coming up to creep up against them, so that we have to hold back the rest of the system at the same time. This has a lot of impacts, and it's time. Today's the day. I know there'll be some argument that we ought to continue this and do it another day or do it in another meeting. This isn't the right meeting. Trust me, after 48 meetings, there's never a right meeting, okay? The right meeting doesn't exist to deal with this issue. We're going to take flack no matter what. The unions don't like it. We've tried to make it as palatable as possible. We're having everybody pay for it, but the students and the state to make this thing work. I think the study is outstanding. Frank and Jason and the committee. We got everything we need right here. We can't get any more information. You can't send them back to the well and say, give us some more information so we can continue this for another meeting. This is the meeting to approve these policies and adopt the action plan. If we approve the policies and we don't adopt the action plan, we're doing the same darn thing we've done since I've been on this board. As Wanda says, kick the can down the road. And this is it. If we don't do it today, just forget it. We'll just freeze their pay for the next 10 years, and then we'll figure out where we're going to be from now on. I mean, this is just gotten to the point where we need to take action. So my recommendation, I'm not on the committee, but when we get to the committee of the whole, let's do it, and let's do it today.
Thank you, Jack. Of course.
No more amendments. We're okay. I want to underscore again my appreciation to the Chancellor's Office, the staff, the trustees, on ensuring that this does have minimal impact on student success and students in general. I want to underscore that because I think that needs to be highlighted in this moment. There is going to be minimal impacts to student success and students. I also appreciate the data-informed approach that we've taken to this, and realizing that, you know, with this new compensation philosophy and where this takes us toward our strategic plan and CSU Forward, I think it is immensely important to be the employer of choice for all employees. And I look forward to this being the first step in the right direction to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks. I am on the committee, and I won't say everything that Jack said because he said it his way. I'd say it differently, but I agree 100% with everything you said, Jack. So I'll leave it at that. I do want to, though, take this opportunity to clarify a question that Trustee Gilbert Lurie had earlier, and just make sure that we're all on the same page and we understand what this means. In the chart that you gave us, several presidents show an NA on the performance-based, As we understood it, you have done a market analysis. You have placed these individuals along the continuum, somewhere between 85 and 110, depending on the characteristics and criteria for each of that placement. You have then looked at their total compensation as is, and then made adjustments according to whether or not what their base salary would be because they've had triennials or even sextennials or whatever six reviews are, whatever that is, because they're eligible for those, because they are, depending on the retirement plan that they are, whether or not they are eligible. And then given that, what the total compensation becomes, if they are at the market level that they should be at that point, then you have used that at-risk column to say, for now, you are at market, so that's why there's no at market. That's why the NA, is that?
That is correct.
I just wanted to go through the steps in real time.
Yes.
This is what this says. It's not about that these folks aren't performing, quite, this is not a statement. It's simply that their total compensation compared to where they're placed in the market is where they should be.
Correct. And again, we've had this conversation today. It's total compensation. So it's base and retirement, and if needed, at-risk pay, get them to the market.
Yeah.
So you are correct.
I just want to clarify in the specific here as you see these tables. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. Jack McGorry, Trustee McGorry said, I agree just about everything I want to say, just in using different words than I would say it. I do, though, want to say, again, this is difficult for the stakeholders, the community members, those of us who don't sit in these seats, to understand. But this is a vitally important responsibility, because I heard someone say at one point that in their view, anyone can be a university president. And that's not true. Of the members of higher education, academia, even outside of higher education, people with great leadership skills, great backgrounds, there are particular skill sets that are very rare that allow a person to be a successful university president. And that pool is growing, is not growing, it's getting smaller. So if we're going to be competitive, and I'm going to rephrase that, we must be competitive. And we're not trying to pay at the top of the scale. I gave to some of you the article from the Chronicle of Higher Education, how much are public college presidents paid. Somebody in the United States is being paid $1.9 million at the top of the list. And it goes down. We're in the Midland. I'm not arguing we're going to pay anybody $1.9 million. I'm not going to make that argument. But now we have market-driven, clear data, not anecdotal data. That's what we've acted before, kind of by our hearts. What can we piece together? Now all of us as trustees have the ability to speak to the members of our respective communities and said, this is why we did this. I hope that the committee and then ultimately the board will vote this through. I believe it's vital. I believe it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
There has been a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like just quick comment.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize Trustee Fajardo's statement and give appreciation to the Chancellor's work group that you all made it very clear that this was going to be non-state, non-tuition, and non-student fees. And I think that's something that our stakeholders need to hear. So I just wanted to bring support of that and gratitude for making sure that that was top of mind.
Thank you. There has been a motion and a second to approve this item. Only committee members at this time may vote. Will you take the vote for us?
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
We have two more action items, but let me just have a moment of personal privilege. I just want to thank everybody in the circle because for the last 2 days we've sat together and tried to understand what we were thinking about. And I just so appreciate the respect and regard that I have for each and every one of you and how you have felt that way, I think, across the board. This is a very exciting moment. We're halfway home. So I look forward to this afternoon.
And I regret to inform you, we've blown through the time for this committee, but it's okay.
Actually,
we're going to keep going.
Okay. We're close. We're really close. Item 4 is an action item providing compensation for the president of Sonoma State University. The amended item was distributed this morning and will be presented by Chancellor Garcia.
I also want to say thank you so much to the board. Our employees are the heart of our institution, faculty and staff, and we need great leaders. And we have great leaders, and we will find great leaders because of what you've done today. So thank you. As Chair Clark announced just moments ago, maybe hours ago, Dr. Michael Spagna has accepted the position of President of Sonoma State University. I am extremely pleased that Dr. Spagna, deeply respected by those of us in this chamber and throughout the system and beyond, will continue his service to the CSU. From one stellar California institution to another, Dr. Spagna will conclude his interim presidency at Cal Poly Humboldt on January 19, 2026, and begin his tenure as president of Sonoma State the following day, January 20th, 2026. And let's hope the traffic is light on the 101 South.
Exactly.
Dr. Spagna is a principled, innovative, and engaging leader with a strong record of building trust and fostering collaboration and partnerships that have benefited the universities and communities he served. With his long and distinguished career in the CSU and in educator preparation, he is perfectly suited to serve as Sonoma State's next president, leading the university at this critical moment in its history. As interim president of Cal Poly Humboldt, Dr. Spagna has helped guide the university through an unprecedented period of change and growth, and I will add healing, with the ongoing transformation to become the CSU's third polytechnic university. Over the past 3 years, the university has launched 13 new polytechnic degree programs, with 5 more slated to launch in 2026. Dr. Spagna's tenure has also been marked by significant infrastructure growth, including the recent opening of Humboldt's largest ever student housing facility and the groundbreaking on the Energy Research and Sustainability Center, a $28 million project that will cultivate the next generation of environmental leaders. And as a testament to strategic initiatives under his leadership, Cal Poly Humboldt achieved an impressive 4% increase in total enrollment for the current academic year. Prior to his tenure at Humboldt, Dr. Spagna served as provost and vice president for academic affairs at CSU Dominguez Hills for 7 years, and 9 years as dean of the Michael D. Eisner College of Education at CSUN. Before becoming dean, he held several positions at CSUN over a 17-year period, including faculty president of the college, Eisner Chair, and executive director and professor. He has also served at the system level as provost representative on the CSU Admissions Advisory Council and as commissioner for the CSU Commission of Professional and Continuing Education. He earned a PhD in special education from the UC Berkeley and San Francisco State Joint Doctoral Program. He also holds a master's degree in special education from UCLA and a bachelor's degree in communicative disorders from Northwestern University. For more than 3 decades, Dr. Spagna has personified the mission and core values of the CSU and the institution he has served. I have no doubt that he is the right leader at the right time to help Sonoma State reach its full potential and its brightest future. Before I proceed to committee business, I would be remiss if I did not echo Chair Clark in expressing my sincere gratitude and deep appreciation to Interim President Couture for her exceptional leadership of the university, ensuring that the institution continued to meet its student-centered and community-focused mission while navigating high, significant headwinds. And she has done so with grace, compassion, and respect. Again, thank you, Interim President Couture. Now on to committee business. I recommend that Dr. Michael Spagna, as the next president of Sonoma State University, receive an annual salary of $419,549, effective January 20th, 2026. Additionally, because Sonoma State does not have an official university residence for the president, I also recommend that Dr. Spagna receive an annual housing allowance of $60,000. In accordance with existing policy, a monthly auto allowance of $1,000 and standard benefits for executive classified employees are provided. To members of the committee and full board, I request your approval of the compensation for the president of Sonoma State University as published in the item before you. Trustee Furstenberg, that concludes my presentation.
Many
Gracias.
Many thanks. Item 4, the approval of compensation for the president of Sonoma State University is an action item before the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
I assume there are no discussion, and may we call for the vote, please?
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Welcome. Item 5 is an action item providing compensation for the interim president of California State University, Dominguez Hills. The amended item was distributed this morning and will be presented by Chancellor Garcia. Please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. As I announced yesterday afternoon in my report to the board, after consultation with board leadership, I have appointed Dr. Marianne Villarreal to serve as interim president of CSU Dominguez Hills as we conduct a national search for the university's next regularly appointed president. She succeeds retiring President Thomas Parham with her appointment starting January 1st, 2026. We again wholeheartedly thank President Parham for his remarkable service to Dominguez Hills and to the CSU, and I look forward to paying fuller tribute to him at our January meeting. As I indicated in my report, Dr. Villarreal is another name that is known within the CSU. For over a year, she has served as a strategic consultant to the system, playing a critically important role in the development and early implementation of our new system-wide strategic plan, CSU Forward. Early in her tenure at the CSU, Dr. Villarreal played a prominent role at Cal State Fullerton for more than 5 years, including during my presidency, where she held roles of steadily increasing responsibility, ultimately serving as Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs. During her time at Fullerton, she played a leadership role in the development and implementation of not one, but 2 university strategic plans, and launched the President's Commission on Equity and Inclusion Faculty Fellows Award to help the university advance its priority of hiring a diverse faculty and staff of the highest quality. In 2019, she was selected as the inaugural Vice President for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion for the University of Utah, where, among other accomplishments, she expanded student scholarships with more than $500,000 in philanthropic giving, wove equity, diversity, and inclusion practices into the university's strategic goals, expanded a National Leadership Institute for Scholar Athletes, and pursued the Seal of Excellence to accelerate Latino student success. Prior to joining the CSU, Dr. Villarreal has also served as Associate Dean of the Colorado Women's College, formerly located at the University of Denver, and has held faculty roles in history at the University of Colorado Boulder and a joint appointment in ethnic studies and history at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. Most recently, Dr. Villarreal has served as Vice President for Institutional Excellence for the American Association of Colleges and Universities, where she has worked to develop and support higher education leaders serving institutions across our nation. Dr. Villarreal holds a bachelor's degree in women's studies from Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. She later earned a PhD in history from Arizona State University. I have been honored to work with Dr. Villarreal for many years, and I have every confidence that she will continue to be a principled leader, a compassionate presence, and a devoted advocate for the CSU Dominguez Hills community. Today, I recommend that Dr. Marianne Villarreal, as interim president of California State University Dominguez Hills, receives an annual salary of $453,971 effective January 1st, 2026. Additionally, because the university does not have an official residence for the president, I also recommend that Dr. Villarreal receive an annual housing allowance of $60,000, a monthly auto allowance of $1,000, and standard benefits for executive classified employees as provided. To members of the committee and full board, I request your approval of the compensation for the interim president of California State University Dominguez Hills as published in the item before you. Trustee Furstenberg, That concludes my presentation. Gracias.
Thank you so much. The approval of compensation for the interim president of California State University of Dominguez Hills is an action item before the committee. May I have a preliminary motion from a committee member to approve and a second?
Second.
Thank you. It appears there are no further questions or comments. Only committee members may vote. Please call for the vote.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Item 12 is an information item providing the update on the civil rights programs and services. Chair, you know how much I care about this item as well, and I was wondering on the timing, if we had 5 minutes, or how would you like to proceed?
Madam Chair, if it would be all right, because we are now running almost 15 minutes behind. This would be the first meeting, I believe, in 3 years that we would not have an update. If it's acceptable to you as chair of the committee, could we have this one meeting where we would receive the materials in writing, and then we would continue our updates at our January meeting?
With all due respect, I accept your suggestion, but I just want to say how important this is, and I very much look forward to the January report, and thank you very much for the entire committee report today.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to emphasize, for reasons large and small, this update to the board is really, really important. I want to thank the trustees who've been sitting on the work group regarding Title IX. And so I don't do this lightly, and we will get the written report so that we can see it. And please, and in fact, I would suggest we have additional time to make up for it at the next meeting. With that being the end of faculty personnel, the Committee on Collective Bargaining, why don't we're going over time. Why don't we start that after our break?
Yes.
Yes. So we'll take we were going to do a 15-minute break. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:05.
With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest four-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds.
Coming back to order. I think we were missing a couple of trustees. More than a couple.
Including our chair.
I think the chair needs, we need our chair too. Why don't we move ahead? I'm sure she's right around the corner.
Okay.
Trustee Ghilarducci, if you'll please convene the Committee on Collective Bargaining.
All right, well, thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Collective Bargaining please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? Okay, hearing none. May I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, with that, can I have, Ms. Carl, could you do a vote? Thanks.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory. Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The consent agenda passes.
Okay, so all the items are approved. Chair Clark, that concludes the business of the Committee on Collective Bargaining.
Thank you, Trustee Ghilarducci. Trustee Steinhauser, will you please convene the Committee on Audit?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Audit please come to order? Today, the committee has 2 items on the consent agenda and 1 item on the discussion agenda, with a total of 30 minutes set aside for presentation and discussion. It is now time to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Item 3 of the discussion agenda is an information item regarding the report on the 2024-2025 audit plan. The item will be presented by our Vice Chancellor and Chief Audit Officer. Vlad, would you please begin?
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. In your agenda packet, you will find status reports on our internal audit activities. Item 2 provides an update on our current work, and to accompany today's presentation, Item 3 summarizes accomplishments from the recently completed fiscal year 24-25 audit plan. Over the past fiscal year, Audit and Advisory Services has advanced our efforts to support responsible stewardship, strengthen system-wide alignment, and contribute to CSU's strategic objectives. Today, I am pleased to share our fiscal year 24-25 results, organized around 4 central themes. Our aim is to provide the board with a clear perspective on how this work and our commitment to organizational excellence strengthen the CSU by addressing risk and driving continuous improvement. I'd like to begin with a by-the-number snapshot of Audit and Advisory Services work over the past year. Our work begins with a comprehensive risk assessment, informed by over 100 interviews with university management and thousands of data points. We also maintain continuous system-wide engagement to spot trends, share insights, and identify opportunities to add value. This approach helps us stay focused on CSU's most significant priorities while remaining responsive to the unique needs of each university. This year, we issued 54 audit reports with 281 recommendations, and that's only the beginning. We track every recommendation through resolution, and in the past year, we validated 254 recommendations from prior audits. We share trends system-wide so that all 22 universities can benefit even when not directly audited. In addition to assurance audits, we completed 22 advisory projects in partnership with management to strengthen operations. We also continued our ongoing work in areas such as investigations, data analytics, and intergovernmental audit support. Together, these activities make up the body of work we delivered this year. To illustrate our approach and impact, I'll characterize our work across 4 themes: student well-being, fiscal responsibility, digital trust, and continuous improvement with systemness. I'll discuss each theme from 3 perspectives. First, I'll describe how each theme directly supports the CSU Strategic Plan Performance Objective 2, Sustainable Affordability, demonstrating the value of higher education through financial resilience, operational excellence, and a commitment to student success. Second, I'll give context on the types of projects we engaged in within each theme. And third, I'll name key audit topic highlights for the board's attention. I'd like to note that the details I share today represent only a portion of our activities over the past fiscal year. Summarizing a full year's worth of audit work would take hours, so in the interest of time, my presentation will provide a concise overview of our work, with additional details supporting today's discussion available in item 3 of your agenda packet. Our first theme, student well-being, is fundamental to higher education's value and underscores programs and services that are foundational to student success, which directly advances CSU student outcomes targets. Our audits in this area focus on the conditions that directly affect student safety, access, and campus experiences. Topics covered include well-being services, Title IX, and campus safety programs. Given that Title IX was discussed in detail at the September board meeting, I'll highlight 2 other topics: campus safety and student housing. Campus safety audits focus on workplace violence prevention and system-wide time, place, and manner policies, as well as protocols guiding behavioral threat assessment teams in managing potential threats to campus safety. 2 audits resulted in 14 recommendations, including a call for the Chancellor's Office to define behavioral threat assessment roles and policy expectations to be applied throughout the system. These were our first audits of these specific campus safety topics, prompted by new legislative requirements. We look forward to continued engagement on these important topics in the future. Student housing audits assess safety, health, emergency preparedness, and financial oversight. 3 audits in this area resulted in 34 recommendations, primarily focused on strategic planning to ensure the long-term fiscal health of housing operations, as well as topics such as policies and staff training. Results of these audits were shared with both university and system-wide management to support awareness and promote system-wide improvement. Our second theme, fiscal responsibility, enhances CSU's capacity to provide affordable, high-quality education in a sustainable way. By managing resources strategically and improving efficiency, CSU strengthens its financial resilience while maintaining excellence in education. Our work in this area includes reviews of admissions and enrollment management, which are critical to student access and revenue integrity. We also audit auxiliary organizations, which manage significant resources and services beyond core campus operations. Financial management audits cover budgeting, construction, and resource allocation, supported by data analytics to monitor credit card and travel expenditures. I'll begin by highlighting budget management. CSU continues to face budgetary pressures from enrollment, rising costs, and mandatory expenses. While budget audits don't address funding shortfalls, they do evaluate whether universities have the necessary policies and procedures to support responsible resource management. From our 4 reviews, we issued 12 recommendations in this area. One recurring theme was the need for universities to enhance quarterly budget monitoring and to document explanations and corrective actions for any deficits. Budget management audit results were shared with both university and system-wide management to highlight university practices and areas for improvement. I'll also highlight construction audits, which evaluate the planning, execution, and oversight of capital projects. Our 3 construction audits resulted in 19 recommendations, which were shared with both university management and system-wide capital planning, design, and construction for visibility. A common theme was the need for universities to improve review of construction change orders to ensure modifications to project scope and cost are supported. Our next theme, digital trust, represents confidence in CSU's technology systems, which is central to delivering seamless, secure, and innovative experiences that advance student success and operational excellence. This infrastructure enables access, equity, and collaboration, positioning the CSU to achieve financial resilience, academic excellence, and its student-centered mission. Audits in this area focus on core topics such as information security, system access, sensitive data management, and cloud computing that ensure CSU safeguards personal, academic, and financial information while maintaining compliance with state and federal requirements. I'll first highlight cloud computing. As CSU expands its use of cloud platforms and common systems, we provide assurance that these initiatives are secure, resilient, and implemented effectively to deliver value across the system. 3 audits in this area resulted in 11 recommendations, primarily focused on enhancing cloud asset management, system access controls, and strengthening overall cloud governance. I'll also highlight our advisory work on major system implementations, including Procure to Pay and the Common Human Resources System. Our involvement helps ensure that internal control is embedded early in systems and processes, and that these transformational projects meet their objectives and deliver lasting value across the CSU. Our 4th theme, continuous improvement with systemness, drives cohesive progress that strengthens CSU's ability to maximize the value of higher education. Audit and Advisory Services is uniquely positioned within the CSU, combining independence, system-wide perspective, and strong relationships across our universities. From this vantage point, we drive continuous improvement through collaboration and shared learning. Activities include system-wide outreach and engagement, best practice sharing, work group participation, and special projects that enhance the consistency and efficiency. Examples include our Audit Liaison Conference, affinity group presentations, and fraud risk bulletins, which highlight emerging risks. Together, these efforts help the CSU operate cohesively as one system, improving controls, sharing knowledge, and creating efficiencies that add value. One project that embodies this theme is the Auxiliary Control Self-Assessment. The CSU is served by nearly 90 auxiliary organizations, which vary widely in size, structure, and administrative model. These differences create risks in governance, compliance, and financial management. We completed 9 auxiliary audits in this past year, representing 17% of the audit plan. These audits identified breakdowns in financial controls, record keeping, and oversight, and in some cases leading to operating deficits. External auditors also reported an increase in significant findings for auxiliaries, underscoring the need for stronger, more consistent controls. In response, Audit and Advisory Services proposed the concept of an auxiliary control self-assessment and partnered as advisors to the Chancellor's Office Business and Finance Division to bring it to life. Beginning in 2025, each auxiliary must assess its controls against these standards, with results certified by its executive director and CFO and submitted to the university president. This new framework is a system-wide model for auxiliary internal controls, strengthening governance and promoting consistency across auxiliaries. It also provides a basis for future audits by aligning expectations and reinforcing accountability. Our participation in this initiative was not a routine audit activity. It was a proactive advisory effort aimed at improving future outcomes for the CSU. With our system-wide perspective, understanding of recurring challenges, and expertise in internal control, Audit and Advisory Services was uniquely positioned to guide this effort. This work exemplifies systemness in practice, creating a consistent, connective structure that supports each university's unique operations while strengthening governance across the system. We're optimistic about the value this tool will bring to the CSU and look forward to updating the board on results. Throughout our work, Audit and Advisory Services is committed to excellence, but I don't expect you to take my word for it. Here you can see outcomes in 3 dimensions of organizational excellence. Workforce advancement, showcasing the motivation and qualifications of our team. Professional quality, demonstrated by recent charter updates and adoption of the latest industry practice standards. This ensures our division remains current, credible, and aligned with the profession's highest expectations. And stakeholder confidence, reflecting how our work is received by universities and stakeholders. These indicators show that Audit and Advisory Services delivers value through our audits, while also operating with the same diligence and accountability expected across the CSU. They also reflect our commitment to a workplace culture that advances CSU's performance objective 3, establishing the CSU as an employer of choice through professional excellence and staff engagement. As we close, I want to emphasize that our work this past year is not only about what we accomplished, but about how we continue to grow and adapt. The lessons learned through each theme provide a foundation we will carry forward. Looking ahead, Audit and Advisory Services remains committed to building on our progress, staying responsive to the CSU's evolving needs,
and ensuring our work delivers value for students, universities, and the system as a whole. In short, we view each year not as an endpoint, but as an opportunity to learn, improve, and deepen our contribution to the mission of the CSU. Trustee Steinhauser, this concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Vlad, for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I just have one comment. I just want to say two things. One, first, thank you to you and your team for embracing the belief of continuous improvement, because that's how we get better. Because by being proactive, you are ensuring the larger public that we are spending the money that they give us, which is their money, for the targets that they were set for, which are students and the outcomes. So thank you. Chair Clark, this concludes the work on Committee of Audit.
Thank you. Where was I? So, thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. Trustee Adamson, will you please convene the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Joint Committees of Finance and Capital Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? The first item on today's agenda is the approval of the minutes from the July 2025 meeting. Is there any objections to the approval of those minutes? Good. Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. The committee has one item on today's discussion agenda, and out of equity, we get up to 2 hours, evidently, because the other committees did. No, we have 30 minutes to present this for discussion. Item 2 is an information item on moving the CSU's capital program forward. I just want to remind all of you that several meetings ago, as we discussed the presentation of the budget that we are going to propose for the next fiscal year, we outlined to you our concern that each year we request monies to address our capital needs, in particular deferred maintenance. And out of the last 20 years, the state has only found it necessary to attempt to fund us in one of those 20 years. Otherwise, they virtually not funded us for any of that. As a result of that, today, we set with an immediate deferred maintenance need that exceeds $6 billion. And our total facility needs exceed $30 billion. So for us to continue to do what we've been doing, which is each year to ask for $1 billion, each year for it to be denied and not funded, just isn't a prudent approach for the future. So I've challenged Interim Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer to come back today to you with his staff and talk about some of the more broadened approaches that we plan to take in the future to attempt to budget and to receive funding for these needs in the future. So Interim or Executive Vice Chancellor Lentz, would you please introduce your team and move forward?
Well, thank you, Trustee Adamson. With me today are AVC's Robert Eaton and Paul Gano, who will be assisting me with this presentation. The presentation is intended to provide a continuation of the discussion you had on capital funding at the March meeting. As we discussed then, and as you are well aware, our capital needs are daunting. Although the state has provided resources in the past, they have not been predictable, which poses a challenge for planning. In order for our students, faculty, and staff to excel in a thriving university, we need to take care of our facilities. Ultimately, our goal is to establish a partnership with the state to fund the needs of our capital program. The buildings on our campuses are state assets. The CSU is the state's economic engine, and investing in our facilities only makes sense. We need to preserve our assets and maintain and build an environment in which our students can thrive. This afternoon, we will be providing this morning, Still morning. This morning, we will provide some feedback on the comments we heard from you at the March meeting and present some of the actions we have taken since then, as well as some we will take moving forward, especially our continued advocacy at the state level to secure critically needed resources of capital funding. At this point, let me turn to the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management, Robert Eaton.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Lenz. And let me start with a brief recap of our capital funding history. We went into this in some detail at the March meeting, but I thought a refresh on it would be useful for our purposes today. As we noted back in March, we're focusing on capital funding for academic projects and critical capital renewal, and not self-support projects, for example, student housing, which by their very nature create their own sources of revenue for capital funding. So for many years, state debt was the main source of capital funding for the CSU, and that debt came in two forms. One was general obligation bonds approved by the voters, and lease revenue bonds approved by the legislature. Now, these sources provided about $2.8 billion of capital funding for the CSU, or about $330 million per year from 2001 through 2008. But after that, those state sources of capital funding dropped off significantly to about $440 million total, or about $62 million per year. And that was due mainly to the lack of general obligation bond funding. The last voter-approved general obligation bond that provided funds for the CSU was in 2006. So then in 2014, state legislation shifted responsibility for funding these types of projects from the state to the CSU. And so now, without a consistent funding from the state, sources of funding from the state, the CSU has since needed to utilize a patchwork of less certain funding sources to meet its capital needs. And these funding sources include such things as operating revenues approved by the trustees to support the issuance of CSU system-wide revenue bond debt, the restructuring, one-time restructuring of state lease revenue bond debt to create resources for additional capital, one-time funds from the state, distribution of investment earnings from our total return portfolio, which we shared with you yesterday. State appropriation has also been provided to us to support the issuance of debt. And then for select projects, philanthropy and public-private partnerships have provided funding. So this chart, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, this chart illustrates the level of capital funding that we've been able to cobble together since 2014 from these less certain sources of funding. So all told, over about the last 12 years, since responsibility for funding capital needs shifted to the CSU, the CSU's had about $5.6 billion of capital resources. However, it's important to note that almost two-thirds of that, 63% of that $5.6 billion, or $3.5 billion, came from state-associated resources unavailable on a recurring basis. The restructuring of State Public Works Board bond debt, which we did back in 2016, as well as the periodic one-time funds from the state. And as this chart shows, though, notwithstanding that lack of consistent ongoing state support, we have continually done what we can in order to create sources of capital funding, including such other funding sources shown here in green as earnings from the total return portfolio, as we shared yesterday. That's $439 million over the last 7 years. Public-private partnerships, principally energy-related public-private partnerships, about $185 million, and philanthropy, a little over $300 million. And of course, because of past approvals from the board and the chancellor to commit portions of the operating budget to support capital funding, a little over 5% of our core operating budget today, a reasonable and prudent level, is dedicated to debt service for capital projects. Admittedly, though, the board and the chancellor have not been in a position to dedicate additional amounts of the operating budget for debt service in recent years because of significant budget challenges. So let me turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor for Capital Planning, Design, and Construction, Paul Gano, to talk about additional ongoing strategies to address our capital funding need, as well as our recent history of funding requests to the state for deferred maintenance. Paul?
Thank you, ABC Eaton. In response to feedback from the trustees, I'd like to briefly highlight some of the steps we've taken to strengthen how the CSU manages costs, identifies funding opportunities, and coordinates our advocacy around capital projects. First, we're continuing to expand the use of our life cycle cost analysis tool, which helps campuses evaluate the long-term operating and maintenance costs of a project before it's built. This allows us to make smarter, data-driven decisions that reduce costs over time and provide sustainable affordability in the built environment. We're also using third-party cost consultants to independently review major project budgets and estimates. This additional level of scrutiny helps ensure we're getting fair pricing and maximizing all our construction dollars. We've developed a system-wide energy contract that will help CSU campuses secure more predictable utility rates and reduce exposure to energy price volatility. And we've included deferred renewal funding in our new state, in our space budget request to the state, ensuring that as we expand the campus footprint, we're also planning for the long-term renewal of the spaces that we already have. And as you saw in the printed materials, we're partnering with community colleges on select capital projects. And that's a strategy that reduces costs through shared facilities and also creates a smoother student pathways between the segments. We're also working closely with our partners in Sacramento to align CSU's priorities with the state's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund initiatives, positioning our projects to compete for those resources. And we're collaborating with campus facilities officers across the system to strengthen our messaging and advocacy efforts. We want to ensure we have a unified voice when we communicate our capital and sustainability needs to Sacramento. Together, these initiatives reflect a disciplined approach, managing costs carefully, pursuing creative funding sources, and staying proactive in our advocacy for the CSU's long-term capital priorities. And while these initiatives and the patchwork of capital funding that sources that ABC Eaton touched on a moment ago have been valuable, none of them, either on their own or collectively, have approached the magnitude and impact that the state funding did prior to 2014. And as a result, we've fallen behind in addressing the critical capital renewal needs across the system. I mentioned advocacy a moment ago, and I think it's important to remind the board of the efforts we have made to secure capital funding from the state for our deferred maintenance and critical infrastructure needs. This slide is a chart of the amounts the CSU has included in the annual budget requests for deferred maintenance and critical infrastructure since 2014. The light blue portion of the graph represents the CSU request for ongoing appropriation to support capital funding, and that's generally been in the area of $25 to $50 million per year. This is funding that, if it had been provided, would have been leveraged to sell bonds to support the capital program. The dark blue bar represents requests for one-time funding to support our deferred maintenance needs. Those funds, if provided, would have been directly invested, not leveraged for debt, into our deferred maintenance program. And finally, the green in the graph represents the amounts that CSU has received in support of our deferred maintenance program. In total, since 2014, the CSU has requested about $555 million in ongoing funds for capital and about $6.7 billion in one-time funds for deferred maintenance. Now, since 2014, the state has provided only $784 million in one-time funding to specifically address the system's deferred maintenance needs. This amounts to about $65 million per year over the past 12 years. And as kind of a reminder and to put that number in perspective, our deferred maintenance backlog needs grow by $400 million a year. So that $65 million has made it really impossible to keep up with the deferred maintenance needs across the system. So now I'll turn it back over to Interim Executive Vice Chancellor Lenz for closing remarks.
Thank you, ABC Gano. Thank you, ABC Gano and ABC Eaton. As we've discussed before, meeting CSU's capital funding needs will require a multifaceted approach. We have taken steps to reduce project costs, stretch our limited dollars further, and pursue less traditional funding avenues, such as the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, to support sustainability and deferred renewal. Still, these efforts won't close the gap. That's why we're expanding partnerships, both public and private, to help fund projects and shared resources. Constructed in the early 2000s, the Dr. Martin Luther King Library, built jointly by San Jose State and the City of San Jose, remains a great example of what is possible. Currently, San Diego State is in a partnership with the San Diego Community College District on an intersegmental academic building at Mission Valley, an example of a public partnership intended to expand access under a non-traditional funding model while controlling costs. San Diego is providing the land on Mission Valley site, and the San Diego Community College District is providing the financing through an approved local bond. We're also looking into how we can replicate the success at other universities, including CSU Northridge, Sacramento State, and Cal Poly Humboldt, and exploring other campus edge developments that create both space and new revenue opportunities. We're also working to ensure CSU is included in the upcoming statewide bond measures. The College Health and Safety Bond Act of 2026, sponsored by Assemblyman Alvarez, would be the first time since 2006 that the higher education facilities received bond funding. Making our case to legislatures clearly and strategically will be key to the inclusion. Similarly, we are collaborating with Assembly Members Wicks and Senator Cabaldon to include CSU students, faculty, staff for housing in 2 affordable housing bond acts of 2026. Providing affordable housing is essential to student success and to recruiting and retaining our workforce. Finally, if the state actions fall short, we may need to draw on internal resources. Our 2026-27 budget request includes a $25 million base increase for new capital projects and additional $1.1 billion in one-time funding in the event that the state has the ability to provide the resources for deferred maintenance. As an option, we could elect to dedicate a portion of our base funding toward debt service to advance high-priority renewal needs. Trustee Adamson, this concludes the presentation, and AVC Eaton and Gano and myself are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I will at this time open it up for comments and questions. Have you all worn yourselves out this morning, or what? Trustee Lopez?
First a question and then a comment. My question is this. You started by saying that this was really about the academic buildings, not the self-supporting buildings. And I just want to understand, revenue bonds for academic buildings are paid from our operating budget. They don't generate revenues like student union or some, I don't know, other building. Is that correct?
That's correct. They do not have their own intrinsic source of revenue that they generate, unlike the self-support projects.
Okay. I just want to be, and that's why we're spending roughly 5% of our operating budget.
Exactly.
On those revenue bonds.
That's correct, yes.
My comment is this. I've been listening to this, and as Patrick knows, we've had lots of conversations about this, and I'm totally stumped about what to do about this. We rely totally for the academic stuff on the state. And there needs to be an acknowledgement that these are public buildings for a public universities by the state of California. And somehow that notion just doesn't compute. It's sort of thrown in with everything else. The community colleges can issue bonds. For the UC, the general fund is, I don't know, less than 1/5 of their budget. You know, they have all sorts of other funds. We're totally at their mercy. And so I am really pleased to hear all the efforts you are doing in Sacramento, and still feel like it's not enough. So I'm stumped, which doesn't happen too often.
Understood. I think we all feel this degree of frustration with regard to our needs from a facility standpoint and the lack of acknowledgement by the state of the obligation. So I think, what we've challenged here, is, at least in the short term, is that we address the ability to get a higher education bond in the state, but at the same time, look at all of these other alternative sources, even though they're smaller in increment, they do have an impact, hopefully, as we move forward. So, yeah, Vice Chair?
Also stumped, I don't have a solution. Can you just help drive home for us some of the numbers that were shared? What is the total size of our deferred maintenance backlog at the moment?
We're tracking about $8.4 billion in deferred maintenance backlog. And as I mentioned, that grows by about $400 million a year. We do a 10-year look ahead. So we have a third-party engineering consultant. We do a 10-year look ahead on building components that will come into a deferred renewal status. In other words, they'll exceed their useful life. And we're projecting out over the next 10 years about an additional $4 billion of facilities components will come past their useful life, averaging to about 400 million a year over the next 10 years.
So that's the thing that I as we pursue advocacy at the state, we absolutely need to keep driving home this point. One, that we are $8.4 billion away from actually conducting all of the deferred maintenance we need to, and that each year we don't do something, we're another 400 million. I mean, so that just each year, this problem is getting bigger in scope. We have a role to play. So Patrick, I loved some of the creative solutions. I loved that the presidents have already been driving on these. More of those will help us begin to chunk away at pieces of this, and none of those alone, not even collectively, those won't solve this without then getting the state to ensure that they have a role to play in helping provide the academic buildings that drive the amazing teaching and learning that's happening on our campuses.
Trustee Barr.
Thank you. So I know Julia is never stumped, so I have I just want to put this out there. So if we can get our state legislators to get on board with us and do this bond with the CSU, that is a solution, possible solution, correct? It helps.
It's a fractional solution.
Fractional.
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing, but when you say fractional, I mean, so I guess my point is, we talk about advocacy and how this works, and this year coming forward, I would hope that we set up a plan to specifically target, and I'm looking at VC Sachs, I know we talk about it all the time, but this should be very top of mind. You know, the squeaky, you know, the old adage, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Just saying, let's squeak a little louder.
Trustee Gilbert-Lorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Trustee Furstenberg,
okay.
whichever one. Raise your hand. Yeah.
Okay, just quick thought on the advocacy front. I mean, clearly, we just have to be even louder and more aggressive on this, because this is, you know, this is a disaster waiting to happen on so many fronts when students are injured in our buildings. And it's a disaster for the state, and something that, you know, that's going to look really bad for all of us at some point. And so, so one is advocacy and, you know, not giving up till we get a bond. The other is looking at every other way to get private-public partnerships and to get corporate involvement involved in, you know, in finding ways to support our universities and maybe participate in some ways. You know, we need better private civic involvement in our universities too. But one thought I had, we had this incredible budget book yesterday that, you know, we found really powerful in terms of the return on investment. And it seems to me that we need a book like that, a visual book with all of our buildings that are falling apart, when you walk across the campuses and you see yellow tape around the buildings, you see the asbestos coming from the ceilings, you hear students talk about water coming in, things dropping down. We need a storybook put together that we can walk in to advocate with, because it's really palpable and words don't describe. To say deferred maintenance is blah, 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 but to see those pictures, I think would be hard to turn away from.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor Lenz, you want to comment on that?
Well, I think that's a very good point. I think and I'm going to work with Vice Chancellor Sachs and Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich on this issue. I would like to see the legislature get engaged in this kind of a bond discussion. And yes, it's been a long time, but the fact is, if we could get our foot back in the door to have some kind of regular bond funding, between the late 80s and probably about 2006, we were either the beneficiaries of a general obligation bond that was passed that funded us for 2 years, or we had lease revenue bonds where the state paid the debt service. It wasn't on our operational dime. The state was paying the debt service. When we were advocating to be included in the statewide bond last year, I was bringing to the attention to members that there are $55 billion of already approved local bond funding authority at K-12 and the community college level that has yet to go to market. What did they need the additional $10 billion for, right? We do not have an opportunity to do local bonding. We made some attempts. Fresno has been very creative at trying to do this, but we've just not been able to be successful in that regard. So there's some aspects to this I really would like the legislature to look at and ask themselves, how can we do better by the middle child of higher education who just doesn't have either the resources or the funding authority to be able to address our capital needs?
Trustee Furstenberg.
This is the story. Yesterday, this is brilliant. This system is California. The legislature has to support us. And they have to understand what we bring to the state. You've got the proof. Now we can use it.
Yep. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Well, let me just say, I think we definitely can be successful with a bond. It has to do with building a strategy. You're on the right track, Leslie and Jean, with regards to a storybook that explains where we're at. However, and I've been through this before a couple of times. However, what will come is back to us from the Department of Finance or Department of General Services is each year have we put requests in, BCPs in, requesting additional funding for infrastructure, and is that consistent, and can we show each year what we've done and haven't done?
We have. We have put them in each year. They've been included in our budget, either as a recognition of the opportunity for one-time funds, and clearly we were successful, as Trustee Adamson said, in 1 year to be able to get those one-time funds, or to recognize an opportunity to pursue the state funding some debt service. And I worked with UC last year on a proposal that we came to an agreement on for purposes of having the state look at a 5-year plan to provide each university system $25 million a year to fund the debt service that we would need, generate about, I think about what, Robert, $300 million, about $300 million annually for us to address some of our deferred maintenance and capital needs. Unfortunately, given the turnabout of the fiscal condition of the state, that didn't get much traction as something that was an operational priority. It was for us, not so much elsewhere. But we've been looking at this each and every year to try to figure out some measure of strategy and creativity that would, as previous trustee, as Trustee Lopez said, would recognize that these are also state facilities. They have an investment in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just would say that it really has to be a very concerted, full court press to be able to get what we want to get for the reasons why we want to get there. Because, you know, in my experience of building a few buildings in general state government, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and right? So, but, and then on the greenhouse gas emission funding, how much are you getting and what are you using that for?
We're still working on how much funding will be available, and what we're trying to do with that program is sort of weave in projects that hit two things, that they help us get to our greenhouse gas reduction goals and also address deferred maintenance. So, for example, maybe we have a gas boiler and we change that out with an electric boiler, and we hit a deferred maintenance item and we help our greenhouse gas emissions. So we're still working with Sacramento to see what and how much will be available, but that's our strategy, is kind of projects that hit both goals.
Yeah, those are great projects, and it meets the metric in Sacramento as well, so it's more smooth. So thanks.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes, thank you. I have a comment and a question, and this goes to part of the storytelling. You know, just locally here, the voters have approved $5 billion for the K-12 and the community colleges. Our students could be leaving facilities that are 10 times better and then coming to these facilities. When I visited Dominguez a while ago, it looked like a classroom that I had at Jefferson Junior High School in 1974. And I say that needs to be part of the story, because this is about equity. This is about, take advanced manufacturing, for example. You cannot go from I can take you to a high school here in Long Beach called Sato, where they have the state-of-the-art equipment, and then come here and try to get a job. That's just ridiculous. The other part is, what would it take? Is it a proposition? Do we have to change the Constitution? Do the lawmakers have to pass a law to give local authorities, in this case the CSU and others, to vote on these bonds? Because I truly believe if we had the authority to do that, we would get many of these passed.
So I think that the challenge for the CSU, and not much of a challenge for UC, is the fact that we are a state agency. So this is something that would have to be unique to CSU, because no state agency has the local bonding authority as the community colleges and K-12 do.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. I just have a question, EVC Lens, and I think actually VC Sachs could help answer this. Last year there was a bill from Alvarez, the College Health and Safety Bond Act, that was supposed to, hopefully if it advanced, would have helped our facilities. But do we know if that one's going to be revived? Are we pitching for that one to come back to the floor, to be strengthened? And
it became a 2-year bill, and so we're working very closely with Assemblymember Alvarez with the expectation that it will continue through this upcoming session. And so, yes, that's definitely going to continue. And working with Patrick and the team here, and then hopefully being able to have some subsequent conversations with a few of you, I think it really is worthwhile exploring every possible avenue that we can. So, for example, there's housing bill bonds that could be coming on board, and there's other things as well. And just thinking about how we can attack this problem from every angle. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, Mr. Chair, that will conclude our presentation for today, and I'll yield back my other hour and a half to you.
Very well done. Thank you very much. It is 11:56. We'll take a 1-hour break, and we'll return at 1 p.m.
Top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans, and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received...
Why is everybody... Sorry. Oh, that's better. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Trustee Gilbert-Lorry, would you please convene the Committee on Institutional Advancement?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Institutional Advancement please come to order? Today, the committee has 3 items on the consent agenda and 4 items on the discussion agenda, with 30 minutes set aside for presentation and discussion of all 7 items. It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any committee member wish to remove any items for separate discussion? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the items? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the items on the consent agenda are approved. The committee now has 4 items on today's discussion agenda, but before we begin, I would like to acknowledge a significant milestone. Each of the donor-supported initiatives before us today is noteworthy and impactful on its own. However, I would like to emphasize that together these four philanthropic gifts total $46 million in private support for the CSU. This is simply extraordinary, and it's an unprecedented figure for a single committee meeting. I accept full responsibility. These transformational gifts open doors for students who might not otherwise step onto a CSU campus. They power innovation and research, and they help us graduate responsible, workforce-ready people who strengthen communities across California. We are deeply grateful for this critical support. And just to put this another way, we heard yesterday at the release of the CSU's 2025 Economic Impact Report that resources entrusted to the Cal State University should not be considered an expenditure, but rather an investment. For every dollar invested in the Cal State University, $7.69 are generated in statewide industry. So I did a little math, which is all I'm capable of doing, and the $46 million that were donated should generate $353.74 million to our state. So more than the funds that we're missing in our compact this year. So congratulations to everybody. We are on the right track. With this, I will proceed to the agenda. Item 4 is a facility naming request from Cal State University Northridge seeking approval for the naming of Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Hall. This action will be presented by Greg Sachs, Vice Chancellor, External Relations and Communications, and Erica Beck, President of Cal State University Northridge. Please begin, Vice Chancellor Sachs.
Thank you so very, very much, Trustee Gilbert-Laurie. So this presentation is a facility naming request by California State University Northridge to name the Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Hall. Today's proposed naming recognizes the remarkable $10 million contribution from alumni Ronnie and Shepard Goodman. The gift will be used by the university for current use and for the establishment of an endowment to nurture innovation, leadership, collaboration, adaptability, and lifelong learning at CSUN's College of Social and Behavioral Sciences. The proposed Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Hall is a newly constructed 62,000 square foot facility currently known as Maple Hall that serves as a gateway to the southern side of campus and houses state-of-the-art spaces for learning and academic discovery. I now turn the presentation over to President Beck to share more about the impact of this truly extraordinary gift. President Beck.
Yes, good afternoon, trustees. Today I am seeking approval for a naming opportunity that honors a partnership built on intention and dedication to creating a meaningful difference in the world. I am genuinely honored to recommend the naming of CSUN's Maple Hall as Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Hall in recognition of a transformative $10 million gift from alumni Shepard Goodman and Ronnie Pepperman Goodman. This remarkable commitment will support programs and scholarships in CSUN's College of Social and Behavioral Sciences and empower first-generation college students like Shep to transform their own lives, their families, and their communities. The Goodmans previously named the Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Conference Room in CSUN's Sierra Hall. Ronnie and Shep's journey together began when they met as students, as what was then known as San Fernando Valley State College, and married in 1964, beginning a union that would span 6 decades and touch countless others, modeling quiet generosity and lives of deep purpose. While many alumni build remarkable careers in the public eye, Ronnie and Shepard Goodman chose a different path, one marked by purposeful impact and meaningful relationships. After graduation, Shep built mechanical refrigeration enterprises from the ground up, establishing a worldwide reputation for innovation and quality. When Shep sold the company to a multinational conglomerate in 1979, he could have retired. Instead, he founded MRE International, an export company focused on emerging global markets. Ronnie accompanied him on international business trips, helping to cultivate relationships that would span decades and bridges across cultures and continents. Even as busy entrepreneurs, Shep and Ronnie have been extraordinarily generous with their time and their talents. Since 2006, both served on the Dean's Council for the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences, shaping strategy that advances student success. Ronnie served on the CSUN Alumni Association Board, and Shepard joined the Soraya Gala Committee in 2010, helping lay the groundwork for CSUN's Performing Arts Center. Together, the Goodmans have shown that giving is so much more than just financial support. They have given as mentors, as advocates, friends, and supporters behind the scenes. Ronnie passed away earlier this year, leaving behind a remarkable legacy of love, service, and generosity. In her memory and in tribute to their shared vision, Shep continues to champion the causes most important to them, ensuring that their impact will endure for generations to come. Your approval today affirms the Goodmans' belief that with generosity and compassion, we can create a brighter and more equitable future for us all. Thanks.
Thank you, President Beck. And it was such an honor, Shep, to get to have lunch with you today and to hear from your friends about yours and Ronnie's amazing relationship and your generosity of spirit. It's great to have you here today. The naming of Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Hall at the Cal State University Northridge is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion from a committee member? Is there a second? Second. It appears, are there any questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay. I mean, no, there's no one not in favor. President Beck, will you please escort Mr. Goodman to the podium where he will be joined by Chair Clark and Chancellor Garcia.
Mr. Goodman, the legacy of giving established by you and your late wife, Ronnie, is nothing short of awe-inspiring. It is a true honor to recognize and pay tribute to you as a partner and a friend of CSUN and the CSU. And we are so proud to celebrate a gift, I'm glad you're here, that will shape generations to come. Like so many CSU students, Mr. Goodman's educational journey began as a first-generation college student. He started at Los Angeles Valley College before transferring to CSUN, where, as you heard, he had the good fortune to meet his wife, Ronnie. And it is in tribute to Ronnie's rich, impactful, and inspiring life that Mr. Goodman has established the Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Educational Impact Fund in the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences, empowering student success and enhancing faculty excellence. And beyond their extraordinary and visionary philanthropy, as President Beck so eloquently described, the Goodmans also generously gave back to their alma mater with their precious time and expertise, including serving as mentors, advocates, and volunteers for the college, CSUN's Alumni Association, and more. The Goodman's gift will positively impact CSUN students and faculty for generations to come. And appropriately, the Ronnie and Shepard Goodman Hall will stand as a lasting testament to their unwavering commitment to our students and our faculty, and a symbol of their love that was created at CSUN. With profound and heartfelt gratitude, I thank you for your investment in CSUN in our students, and in the power of higher education. You stand as a role model, a shining example of the CSU's most treasured core values, the CSU at its very best. And you have so beautifully honored Ronnie's memory. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Mr. Goodman, would you like to say a few words? You could give him the mic right there. You could give him the mic right there if you want. Oh, you got it?
Chancellor Garcia and honored guests. My late wife Ronnie and I met in January 1964 on the campus of what now is California State University, Northridge. We married in June of 1964. Pretty fast. and built a life together with our two sons, David and Adam. My beloved Ronnie leaves an inspiring legacy of love, service, generosity, and promise. She made our world a better place, as we all aspire to do. In tribute to her remarkable life spirit and notable legacy, I am honored to continue championing the cause most important to her and us, and ensuring that our impact on CSUN student and facility will endure for generations to come. We are humbled to offer to name the newest classroom building on campus since 2009, with the objective of helping to shape the lives of students, faculty, and in perpetuity. May Ronnie's memory be a blessing, and may all who enter that sacred building recognize what a rare, special, selfish, brilliant, and transformative leader she was, enduring a continuum of academic excellence and student success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
Go with President back for some photos and Chancellor Garcia. I'll hold on to this.
Okay.
Just, Thank you, Mr. Goodman, for your exceptional generosity and your humanity. And thank you, President Beck, and to the team who's here with us today from CSUN. We look forward to witnessing all of the progress and successes that result from this extraordinary gift. We will now proceed to our next item 5. Should I keep going? We're okay? You guys are great. We'll now proceed to our next item 5, the proposed naming of the Hunter Hall of Science and Engineering at Cal State University, San Marcos. This action item will be presented by Vice Chancellor Sachs and Ellen Neufeld, President, Cal State San Marcos. Vice Chancellor Sachs, please begin.
I look forward to it. Excuse me. And thank you so much, Trustee Gilbert-Lori. So we are thrilled to recognize a transformational gift to support the construction of the new Integrated Science and Engineering Building at Cal State San Marcos. The proposed naming of Hunter Hall of Science and Engineering celebrates a landmark $10 million gift from longstanding philanthropic partners, Hunter Industries. The new building, now under construction and expected to open in fall of 2027, will serve as a cornerstone of the university's commitment to preparing the next generation of engineers and scientists. Notably, the building will allow the university to expand its enrollment in students in the engineering disciplines from 500 to nearly 2,000. I am now pleased to turn the presentation over to President Newfield to provide further details. President Newfield.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor Sachs and members of the committee. This afternoon, I am honored to bring forward a naming opportunity that represents not only a significant philanthropic milestone for Cal State San Marcos, but a profound investment in the future of our students and our region. I'm delighted to recommend the naming of our new Integrated Science and Engineering building after Hunter Industries in recognition of their generous $10 million gift. Hunter Industries, their family, the whole company has been just wonderful to Cal State San Marcos. It is a San Marcos-based global leader in irrigation, lighting, manufacturing, and sustainability solutions. They invented the plastic gear-driven rotary sprinkler, and that revolutionized landscape irrigations. So, if you have green grass in your yard, you might want to thank Hunter Industries. This is one of the largest gifts in our university's history, and it reflects Hunter's deep commitment and deep and enduring commitment to our campus and our community. This transformational investment in the Integrated Science and Engineering building is part of advancing a cornerstone of CSUSM's mission to prepare the next generation of engineers and scientists. Construction began in July 2025, and when the building opens in fall 2027, it will allow us to expand enrollment in engineering from about 500 students to nearly 2,000, meeting critical workforce needs in the San Diego County and beyond. You know, engineering has long been a major that's been exclusive, and at CSUSM, we are changing that narrative. We are partnering with community colleges and K-12 districts to create multiple pathways into engineering, because this is good for our students and our region demands it. In a field that suffers from a lack of diversity nationally, over 50% of CSUSM's engineering students are Hispanic, and over 30% of software engineers are military affiliated. This facility will feature cutting-edge labs and spaces designed to foster innovation and collaboration, ensuring that students from all backgrounds have access to high-quality STEM education. Hunter Industries has been a part of CSUSM's story since our earliest days, supporting pivotal growth projects such as our Field House and Student Union, and championing STEM education through initiatives like the Hunter Design Lab and state-of-the-art physics labs. They provide internships, mentorship, and faculty support, and they employ many of our alumni as well as our interns. At recent check, over 120 interns and alumni have been hired through Hunter Industries. While Hunter CEO Greg Hunter was unable to attend today, he did want to share a video with you discussing his motivation for this gift. But before I go, I wanted to share that with Hunter Industries' gift, our Blueprint for the Future fundraising campaign is now more than 79% toward the $200 million goal. We're so pleased that Hunter Industries is a part of this. This naming opportunity honors a visionary partner whose generosity will empower students, strengthen our community, and drive innovation for decades to come. I respectfully request your approval of the name Hunter Hall of Science and Engineering in recognition of Hunter Industries' transformational investment and unwavering belief in the power of education to create a brighter, more equitable future. And now we'll hear, I think, through video from Greg Hunter. Well, maybe not.
Members of the Board of Trustees and the California State University presidents, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Greg Hunter, and I'm the president and CEO of Hunter Industries, a family-owned company that provides solutions for landscape irrigation and lighting, agricultural irrigation, and dispensing products. We proudly manufacture both our proprietary and OEM products in-house. For nearly 45 years, Hunter Industries has been part of the San Marcos community. From our founders, my grandfather, uncle, aunt, and father, to today, we have supported Cal State San Marcos, and I'm honored to continue that legacy. When I learned about the Integrated Science and Engineering Building and its potential impact on our region, I knew that it was the right opportunity to deepen our investment in the campus. As a lifelong learner, I've been taking math classes at CSUSM for the past few years. Being in the classroom with students has been inspiring. Their grit, backgrounds, and excellence impresses me, as is the passion and engagement of the faculty. This new building is critical to meeting the region's growing demand for STEM education in San Diego County and Southern California. As the largest private employer in San Marcos, we know how important a strong pipeline of future industry leaders is to our community. We are proud to have the Hunter Industries name associated with science and engineering. This partnership means a great deal to our employees, many of whom have deep ties to the campus as alumni, donors, volunteers, and parents of alumni. As a company that has grown alongside the university, we view this as a meaningful collaboration between industry and academia. I also want to thank President Ellen Neufeld for her leadership and for strengthening the partnership between Hunter Industries and CSUSM. Our gift reflects our confidence in the university's ability to educate the next generation of STEM leaders. On behalf of the Hunter family and all Hunter Industries employees, thank you for the opportunity to support this vital community project. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, President Neufeld, and for that truly inspiring video. I love the lifelong learner thing, and maybe Greg will see me in math class, we'll see. The naming of Hunter Hall of Science and Engineering at Cal State University San Marcos is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion from a committee member to approve? Is there a second? Second. Any other questions or comments? Any questions or comments? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The item is approved. Thank you. We are never too busy to applaud a great donation. We will now proceed to our next item 6, the proposed facility naming by Cal Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo to name the George Wurtzel Plant Sciences Building. This action item will be presented by Vice Chancellor Sachs and Jeffrey Armstrong, President, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Vice Chancellor Sachs, please begin.
Thank you so much. And we are delighted to present the naming request for Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, George Wurtzel Plant Science Building. The proposed naming recognizes the $10 million gift in honor of George Wurtzel, Cal Poly alumnus and distinguished employee of J.G. Boswell Company. The donors, Jim and Suzanne Boswell, and the James Boswell Foundation, wish to name the building in honor of Mr. Wurtzel for his impact on the university and the agricultural industry more broadly. The George Wurtzel Plant Science Building will be the teaching and research hub of the greater Plant Sciences Complex, which will enhance the university's interdisciplinary approach in addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges around food production and agriculture. I now turn the presentation over to President Armstrong to share more about the impact of this extraordinary gift. President Armstrong.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with all of you today and ask you to consider the proposed naming of the George Wurtzel Plant Sciences Building at Cal Poly. As noted, George Wurtzel is a Cal Poly alumnus and longtime employee of the J.G. Boswell Company. The foundation donated $10 million to this $37 million project in George's honor. Representatives of the foundation could not be here today, but I'd like to read a quote from them. The James G. Boswell Foundation is proud to continue its mission of advancing education and supporting the field of agriculture. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo is a premier institution consistently producing future leaders who will shape the agriculture industry for generations to come. One such leader is George W. Wurtzel, a proud Cal Poly SLO graduate and dedicated member of the J.G. Boswell Company. For more than 30 years, George Wurtzel has served the company with distinction and currently holds the position of President and Chief Operating Officer. The James G. Boswell Foundation can think of no one more deserving to have the Plant Sciences Building named in their honor. We hope this dedication celebrates Mr. Wurzel's outstanding contributions to the industry and recognizes Cal Poly's continued commitment to advancing agricultural excellence. Just a little bit more about George. He graduated from Cal Poly with a degree in crop science in 1987. He served as a member of the College of Agriculture, Food, and Environmental Sciences Dean's Advisory Council since 2013. Brings a lot of energy and industry expertise to the campus. As noted, he's a long-term employee of the J.G. Boswell Company. Just to fill in what they do, they produce, process, and market crops including cotton, tomatoes, oil seeds, orchards, and cattle. They truly believe in the power of learn by doing and supporting student success. This naming request honors George's impact as a Cal Poly alumnus on not only the agricultural industry, but on student success at Cal Poly. Through his engagement and connections between industry and campus, George has given back to his alma mater. He inspires current and future students to use their hands-on learn by doing education to follow in his footsteps to become the next generation of professionals and leaders in California's agricultural industry. Thank you for considering the proposed naming of the George Wurzel Plant Sciences Building at Cal Poly.
Thank you, President Armstrong. Another extremely inspiring gift. The naming of the George Wurzel Plant Sciences Building at California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It appears there are no questions or comments. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item is approved. We will now proceed to our final item 7, the proposed facility naming by California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo to name the Charles and Claire Jacobson Animal Health Center. This action item will begin again presented by Vice Chancellor Sachs and then President Armstrong. Vice Chancellor Sachs.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. This proposed naming honors the late Charles and Claire Jacobson, whose gifts totaled more than $16 million and will help fund the new $30 million, 15,000 square foot facility dedicated to animal health and research at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The state-of-the-art Animal Health Center will train future leaders in veterinary medicine and animal agriculture, reflecting Cal Poly's Learn by Doing ethos with innovation and interactive experimental learning opportunities. Again, I turn the presentation over to President Armstrong to share a bit more about the impact of this remarkable gift.
Well, again, it's my pleasure and honor to speak to you and propose the naming of the Charles and Claire Jacobson Animal Health Center at Cal Poly. As noted, this represents a realized bequest for this 100% donor-funded $30 million facility. It's also important to note that this realized bequest was first documented at $4 million in 2012. Chuck Jacobson graduated from Cal Poly with a degree in animal husbandry in 1954. He continued his studies at Washington State University, where he met his future wife, Claire, another animal science student. After marrying, Chuck married a ranch, he married Claire. Chuck managed a ranch in Washington and was involved in many projects, which eventually led him to a career in real estate development. He was a major supporter of Cal Poly and often credited Cal Poly's Learn by Doing for teaching him the hands-on approach to life that led to his success. Claire, throughout her life, dedicated her time, energy, and resources to her love of all animals. Chuck and Claire were proud supporters of animal science at Cal Poly and believed the Animal Health Center would have a tremendous impact on students' educational experience. The Jacobson Animal Health Center is set to become an interactive, experiential animal facility that embraces hands-on learn by doing, supporting the next generation of leaders in veterinary medicine, animal health care, and animal agriculture. Cal Poly is a leader in preparing students for veterinary medicine school, as well as broader areas of animal agriculture. So this facility will help this need, as there is a significant shortage of large animal veterinarians. I'm grateful to Dean Emeritus Andy Thulin, Chair Emeritus of Animal Science Jamie Nolan, and others for the vision and stewardship of this gift. This naming request honors the Jacobsons' generous support, passionate advocacy of student achievement, and their belief in the power of a hands-on, learn-by-doing education for the next generation of professionals in animal health. Thank you for your consideration of the naming of the Charles and Claire Jacobson Animal Health Center at Cal Poly.
Thank you, President Armstrong. The naming of the Charles and Claire Jacobson Animal Health Center at California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item is approved. In closing, I want to again acknowledge the extraordinary philanthropic support we have recognized and honored today. On behalf of the board, we extend our deepest thanks to the late Charles and Claire Jacobson, George Wurtzel, and the James G. Boswell Foundation, Hunter Industries, and Shepard Goodman and his late wife, Ronnie. Chair Clark, that concludes the business of the Committee for Institutional Advancement.
Thank you, Trustee Goodwin-Lori. I know it's a bit quick, but we're going to take a 10-minute break just to make sure our donors have left the building comfortably. And then this will be the last break before we end for the day. So we'll take 10 minutes.
Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value.
Thank you for being so prompt and after the last break for the day. Vice Chair Arambula, would you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy? Whoops, you all right?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Today, the Committee on Educational Policy has one item on the consent agenda and 2 items on the discussion agenda. We've got about 85 minutes set aside for the presentation and discussion of these 3 items. The first is an update on the CSU Strategic Enrollment Framework, which we've talked about before, but importantly, we'll keep coming back to. And then we'll hear a presentation on about our CSU on-campus student housing. And now will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? It is time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, the approval of the minutes from the September 2025 board meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. We're going to move on to item number 2, an information item on the CSU Strategic Enrollment Management Framework. This item will be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Success and Chief Student Affairs Officer, Dr. Ellen Neufeld, President of CSU San Marcos, and Dr. Nathan Evans, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Before I hand it over to Dilcy to get us started, I just want to remind us, we have many things that nest together. We have passed a strategic, the Chancellor has put forward a strategic plan that we have endorsed. Attached to that is a student success framework, which we took more than a year to build. And this, the third leg of the stool, is how do we ensure then that we have students ready to attend in each one of our 22 campuses. So with that, Dilcy, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Arambula, for that beautiful setup. As we know that California's future is written in the lives of its people, picture a student in Fresno who earns a CSU degree and doubles her family's income. A first-generation student in San Diego who becomes the first in his family to teach. A veteran in Long Beach who transitions from service to a career in clean energy. These are not isolated stories. They are what defines us. Across nearly 500,000 students and more than 4 million alumni, the CSU is California's greatest engine of opportunity. But as the state and the world change, so must we. When every learner thrives, California thrives. That is our purpose and our promise here at the CSU. Today, we will provide an update on the Strategic Enrollment Framework. Our goal with this work is straightforward but vital: to develop the first ever system-wide strategic enrollment framework that expands access, aligns our academic programs with California's workforce needs, and modernizes the systems that support student success. With today's presentation, we'll provide an update on the framework's progress, key themes, and timeline, showing how this work is moving from concept to coordinated action across the CSU. And finally, we'll close with calls to action and next steps, inviting your questions and comments as we ask for your continued support of system-wide collaboration, investment in modern data and enrollment infrastructure, and a shared commitment to the policy and culture shifts that will keep the CSU student-centered and future-focused. To walk us through where we have been on this journey and where we are going, I would like to welcome California State University San Marcos President Ellen Neufeld. President Neufeld serves as the chair of the Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Board, and she is leading the call to action around guiding our system enrollment with intentionality and in alignment with our other system-wide priorities and frameworks. President Neufeld, you may or may not know, is a nationally recognized strategic enrollment expert who is deeply, deeply passionate about this work. President Neufeld.
Thank you, DVC Perez. You know, as each of our system-wide efforts builds upon the strengths of the other, together creating a more unified view for California's future. As was just mentioned by Chair Arambula, CSU Forward gave us the vision, where we're headed as a system. The Student Success Framework is deepening that vision, ensuring that once students arrive, they are supported to learn, grow, and thrive. Now comes the essential next step. The Strategic Enrollment Management Framework comes alongside these efforts, not as a parallel plan, but as the foundation. So I'm excited to give you an overview of the work ahead. You know, in my earlier days as enrollment management, I used to bring up a funnel and I would talk to everybody about an enrollment funnel. And it was a visual that illustrates in numbers and enrollment speak how prospective students progress through stages of enrollment. You know, but what we know now and what this life cycle in front of you illustrates is that student success isn't linear. It's a journey that begins long before the first day of class and continues well beyond graduation. Across the CSU, we are stewards of that journey, guiding learners from first outreach through graduation, careers, and lifelong connection. The enrollment journey is truly a student success journey, and that's why the SEM plan and Student Success Framework link together to become a seamless journey of student success. Today's CSU students bring incredible diversity of background and experience. Some are working full-time or raising families. Others are veterans managing transcripts from multiple institutions, or transfer students navigating complex systems. If the Student Success Framework focuses on the center of the journey, supporting students once they are here, represented by the black dots, the Strategic Enrollment Management Framework strengthens the beginning and end, represented by the red dots. But I do want to be clear, these frameworks aren't really divided that neatly as you see on the Success Framework. They're really complementary and integrated together. The Strategic Enrollment Framework is about broadening outreach and connection in K-12 and community colleges, simplifying onboarding, supporting persistence through different academic pathways and support, and ensuring they align to first careers or enrolling in graduate school. When we view the student experience as a full life cycle, not just a funnel, we create a CSU that supports learners for life. And that's what the Strategic Enrollment Framework is all about. Now that we've looked at the student success life cycle, let's look at where our high school and community college students go. Among recent high school graduates, 63% go on to post-secondary. And you can see above, of those who do, 33% of them choose a California community college. About 12% choose the CSU, 8% go to the UC, and 10% head out of state or to private institutions. And 37% of high school graduates are not immediately bound for higher learning. This is obviously an opportunity to ensure we are partners in bringing more K-12 students into higher education. When we look at community college transfers, the opportunity is even greater. Only about 20% go on to a four-year university. And of that 20%, the overwhelming majority, 58%, choose a CSU, 17% the UC, and 25% go somewhere else. Now let's zoom out even more to look at what data is telling us about the future of the K-12 pipeline. California's K-12 enrollment is projected to decline by about 600,000 students over the next decade, and nearly 900,000 by 2045. Fewer students in the system today means fewer graduates tomorrow. Nationally, workforce demand is outpacing degree production. The U.S. is expected to be short 5 million college graduates by 2032. And at the same time, California has nearly 19 million adults without a degree, and surveys show about 20% are interested in furthering their education or training. Taken together, the message is unmistakable. We must do our part to bring more traditional students into the CSU, and we must expand our outreach to non-traditional learners. Strengthening both pathways is essential to California's future and, of course, to ours. There's no single story for California. These trends will look different across regions. Because most of our students come from and stay in their local communities, we'll need to respond regionally as well as system-wide. We need to consider what's happening on each campus, in each region, and in our state and nation. We can't wait to act. The Strategic Enrollment Management Framework will position us not to manage this moment, but to expand opportunity empowering more learners in the traditional pipeline, and opening doors that we've not yet fully reached: adult learners, veterans, parents, and workers with some college but no degree. That's why the CSU has such a vital role to play. We all know that we make a profound difference by broadening the tent and focusing on our mission, defining excellence in higher education by not how many students are turned away, but by how many we help succeed. The CSU is founded on the belief that talent exists everywhere, and our strength comes from opening doors wider, not narrowing them. There's no going back to the demographic trends of yesteryear. The CSU's next chapter is about doubling down on our mission, our reach, our excellence to meet the future head on. Now that we understand the landscape, it's clear the path forward isn't just about enrollment, it's about alignment and collaboration. I'm proud that as a system, we're stepping back to look at the full pipeline, how students first find their way to the CSU and how we support them through graduation and beyond. This is where systemness really comes alive. And I want to be clear, not sameness, but coordination, aligning outreach and enrollment and academic pathways so that students' opportunities aren't limited by geography or bureaucracy. When campuses within a region collaborate, align programs with workforce needs, and make transfer seamless, that's when we truly deliver on the promise of California. You know, since fall 2024, the Strategic Enrollment Management Advisory Group, which I have the honor of co-chairing with the amazing Trustee Steinhauser. I also want to highlight Chair Boyd, who has been there every step of the way with our group, and it's been facilitated by AVC Evans, and we've been so happy to welcome DVC Perez into the party. We have met regularly to look at this complex issue, and as you know, the Chancellor has put a major focus on the organizational supports via the creation of a new division of Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Success. Out of our work, 3 priorities are coming into focus, guiding how we move forward together: who we serve, how we deliver, and what we offer. So let's go a little deeper into each of these. As we think about who we serve, this is where opportunity truly expands. You know, for decades, the CSU has opened doors for recent high school graduates. That will always be central to who we are. California's future depends on us reaching as many learners who haven't found their way to us yet, or back to us, including traditional K-12 students, community college transfer students, and adult learners, including military-connected and veterans, ready to retool or return to finish their degree. You know, we will build on and expand local partnerships with K-12 schools, community colleges, employers, and community organizations. And when students are ready to enroll, we have to make sure that they can enter seamlessly, whether through transfer credentialing and/or flexible admissions windows, with multiple entry points to meet our diverse learners where they are. This flexibility will be especially important to our adult populations. And it's important for me to acknowledge that many of our campuses are already working hard to serve adult learners, but we weren't structurally built for it as a system. So in many cases, we're retrofitting. Many of my colleague presidents and their teams are working around a system structure that was not built for this. Now we have the opportunity to think about really creative models so that whenever someone starts their learning journey, there's a clear supported path into the CSU. When we widen these pathways, it's not just about serving more students, it's about bolstering California's future workforce and strengthening every community we touch. And that brings us to the second theme, how we deliver. Without the right data, infrastructure, and culture, we simply can't meet the needs of today's learners. Much of our technology and many of our policies were built in the 1970s and 1980s. And well, yes, I was born in that time. Most of our students were not. It was another time for another era. But today's students move differently. They apply, transfer, and learn in ways that those systems were never designed to support. And our economy workforce is shifting at a pace not seen before. And so this is an imperative not only to meet the strategic enrollment management goals, but also, as DVC Perez mentioned in the last board meeting, for the achievement of the Student Success Framework and CSU Forward. We need a system that's modern, flexible, and powered by AI, one that can grow with us and give us smart insights and data that we can actually use. This would benefit campuses via a unified data environment, one where each campus has access to robust and timely information, and where the system has an improved ability to guide system-wide strategy. In addition, a lifecycle CRM has long eluded us, and we need a way to connect information across campuses to get a real-time view of who our students are, what they need, and how we can help them succeed. You know, financial aid is a great example of this. When we use data strategically, we can better understand how to direct aid to help students enroll and persist, ensuring our resources are used where they make the greatest difference. This is what enrollment leaders often call leveraging aid, and it's where data meets mission, aligning our dollars with the students who need them most. Because at the CSU, affordability isn't just a value, it's access. And I want to acknowledge that much work has been done by the Strategic Work Group on financial aid. And I know as the next step will include advisory groups and shared practices to make sure financial aid and enrollment strategies are working hand in hand, strengthening access, retention, and success across the CSU. If data and technology are the foundation, culture and policy are the engine that powers it. And with that, I'd like to invite DVC Perez to share a few words about the next steps in data management and what it means to build a culture of yes.
As we think about what it takes to truly build that engine, to move from systems to sustained change, it begins here at the Chancellor's office. We are convening a new cross-functional work group, bringing together our IT, institutional research, and strategic enrollment management teams to align our data and information efforts with the new strategic plan. We will also convene a financial aid advisory board this spring to help us align financial aid strategies with our enrollment and student success goals. This was part of a recommendation from the Strategic Work Group on Financial Aid. These collaborations are just two examples of how we're beginning to shift, working differently, more intentionally, to open doors rather than create barriers. Because we know that what happens at the system level, the tools, processes, and policies, either we are opening doors or creating friction. That's where we're focused on streamlining applications, expanding flexible start terms, and building on promising innovations like direct admission. Across both levels, at the system and on every campus, we should be asking three simple questions of every policy and process. Does it remove a barrier or create one? Does it advance equity or slow it down? Does it help the learner move forward or make them start over? When our structures align with our values, when we lead with flexibility, compassion, and accountability, we move from being accessible in mission to being accessible in practice. And this culture of yes, starting with yes, is the cornerstone of what the Chancellor's Office will do. It is also critical to the Strategic Enrollment Management Framework and of all the work ahead of us in the CSU Forward, the Student Success Framework, and every effort that follows. It's how we live our mission boldly into the future of California. I want to emphasize that all of the things President Neufeld has talked about today, we are not waiting to act. Work is happening now, and there is much more to come. And now I will turn the presentation over to Associate Vice Chancellor Nathan Evans.
Thank you. Here's a hard truth. We cannot simply admit or enroll our way out of these challenges. If who we serve is about welcoming more learners at every age and every stage of life, then what we offer is about making sure they find the programs and the paths that meet them where they are and lead them to meaningful careers or graduate school. Our programs must be flexible and future-focused, aligned with California's evolving workforce in areas like teaching, healthcare, clean energy, and technology. Also important is ensuring students are prepared for the workforce of the future in this rapidly changing world. That also means creating accelerated and hybrid pathways, whether that's in the classroom, online, or on the job. It also means working together across campuses and regions, building collaborative degree models that allow students to take courses or complete programs seamlessly across the CSU system. We're also expanding credential and certificate options that create on and off ramps to degrees, giving students the ability to pause, advance, or re-enter higher education as their lives evolve. And finally, this work isn't just about one degree at one point in time. It's about learning along an individual's lifetime, creating opportunities for Californians to return, reskill, and stay connected to the CSU throughout their careers. And we're already demonstrating what responsive academic program planning can look like. One example of which is a partnership that brought together the 5 Los Angeles area CSU campuses, 19 LA County community colleges, including Compton colleges and all the colleges in the LA Community College District. We also included major employers such as St. John's Providence, Cedars-Sinai, and Kaiser Permanente to specifically address gaps in the nursing education and workforce pipeline in LA County and ensure our academic programs drive student interest and respond to community and workforce priorities. Rather than simply trying to address this through policy, we have used this as a catalyst to bring together key education and workforce partners starting in LA County to analyze the regional nursing ecosystem using shared data. What we found was eye-opening. Using data from the Burning Glass Institute, we identified that the greatest immediate workforce gap in LA County nursing is at the associate's degree registered nursing level, a space historically served by our community college partners, but increasingly served by private, often for-profit institutions. And while there will continue to be demand for baccalaureate degrees in nursing, it can be addressed through stronger, clearer community college to CSU transfer pathways. With this data, our LA area campuses can now work more strategically with community colleges and employers to streamline transfer pathways, address clinical placement barriers, design targeted upskilling programs, and create new opportunities for early career nurses, all while helping them stem attrition in this critical field. This work has also highlighted the need to create regional infrastructure to lead this type of engagement, planning, and coordination all over California. This data-informed collaborative approach to regional workforce planning exemplifies how we need to approach strategic enrollment going forward, connecting academic planning, enrollment strategy, and workforce needs. It's an example of creating education and industry ecosystems in critical areas for the community, economy, and society. And we'll be replicating this nursing model in other regions of the state and expanding it to other high-demand fields such as teaching. However, doing this work consistently will require modern data systems and organizational infrastructure, tools that allow us to lead these collaborations ourselves. That's part of the foundation we must build for CSU's future. I'll now invite President Neufeld to discuss our next steps.
Well, this work continues. We're building on early successes already taking shape across the system, expanding direct admission, pilot multi-campus degree programs, and new application platforms that make it easier for students to access the CSU. You also heard from DVC Perez a moment ago about the convening of a new cross-functional work group to advance our data infrastructure and ensure alignment with the new strategic plan. Additionally, our consultation with stakeholders is growing. Faculty, students, and partners across California are helping and will continue to help us shape the work in real time. This initial framework will continue to evolve through this shared input, refining how we align data, programs, and policy to meet the needs of learners and communities. And we're on track to vet and finalize the framework by mid-2026. This is not just about enrollment, and it's not just about a framework. It is our promise to California, supporting the operationalizing of CSU Forward. Through this work, we will be better, define who we serve, evolve what we offer, modernize how we deliver. And when we do, we deliver on CSU Forward. We ensure that opportunity is shared, prosperity is sustained, and California remains equitable, resilient, and thriving. This is our purpose, this is our promise, and together, we will make it real.
Vice Chair Arambula, this concludes our presentation. We would be happy to take questions from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, Dr. Evans, and President Neufeld. Really excited to dive in. Chris, I'll start with you.
Thank you, and I just have a few comments. First, Thank you, President Neufeld, Dr. Perez, and Dr. Evans. You and the team who's worked on this. You guys have done an amazing job and taught me so much. And I just want to repeat a few things that we heard today. One is this board needs to support with fiscal backing the issue of the data. We won't be able to achieve these outcomes if we don't have a good data system. And it's going to cost a lot of money. So we just have to be open about that. We have to also adopt system-wide the culture of yes and ask for forgiveness and move on. And so I'm just being really honest about this because that's how we achieve these outcomes. And one of them is, and I'm going to be a broken record about this, is that we heard it today earlier in the conversation, the tuition issue. I would really want us to bring back ASAP this issue of going to that high degree where our employees get free tuition for their dependents and themselves. Think about the life-changing piece of this. I know I don't have the data in front of me of how much it would cost, but it would change a family. My son went to Boston College, and we get an annual newsletter from there. A custodian sent all 4 of his kids to Boston College for free. That's $360,000 tuition. Changed the entire family. And this is what we need to do. And I just want to thank everybody because it's amazing that 37% of our K-12 students who are not going to college, we know that our best practices of the college promise programs that we have in this state, those numbers are increased by 10% when there is a promise pathway. So just think about that yield. So again, kudos to everybody. The work is just beginning. And I truly want us to challenge every practice and every policy that we have. It should make us feel uncomfortable. Okay, thank you.
Jasmine?
Thank you so much. And I'm appreciative of the themes presented today of who we serve, how we deliver, and what we offer. And I'm also appreciative of DVC Perez's remarks about how our structure is aligning our values with the CSU. And so the question I have is, when our campuses are accepting an increased amount of students, how are campuses and how can we help those campuses ensure that we're providing adequate resources such as increased demands in housing and all of its staff, course offerings, and student services such as basic needs?
Thank you, Trustee, for the question. I think there's probably a number of us that span multiple divisions. This is where there's a frequent refrain that strategic enrollment is everybody's business. I know and this really exemplifies it. And I think as we have been responding as a system to the realities that different campuses are navigating different situations with regard to enrollment, that is being reflected in annual budget allocations. While there aren't new resources necessarily coming, it's about repurposing and redistributing resources we have within. For example, as you described, some campuses that are seeing excess demand at a point in time have just gone through a process to recognize that, to ensure to the best of our ability that there are resources to meet the number of students on those campuses. President Neufeld?
Thank you, DVC Evans. One other thing I would add is we talked about that data and information infrastructure. Being able to forecast where the demand is, who's coming in, who we serve, what their needs are, and how we meet them really makes a difference in what you're talking about. And so sometimes you can give everybody the same thing, or you can meet people with certain needs in different ways, which is highly effective. So the whole idea of the data infrastructure and making sure that we have good information of who's coming and what to plan for really makes a difference.
And as I know I've got 3 more, I'll just name, I think that's a really important question. I'm glad to hear the answer, and especially as we increase the pipeline of students from a variety of different backgrounds, it will be important that we don't just say, well, adding one new student is one new student, but if it's a parent, if it's a returning adult, if it's an 18-year-old, they all have different needs. So this data infrastructure will be even that much more critical. Wenda?
Thank you so much for this very exciting presentation. And I'm just so thrilled to hear that there's a collaborative mindset of starting with yes at the Chancellor's office and across our universities, and that our goal is to open doors and break barriers and simplify the application process and enrollment. So can you just give us a few examples of how you are doing that? Because over the years, we have talked about as trustees that spaghetti bowl of that application process, and trustees have given us anecdotal stories about how they have faced this. So would love to hear some of the work that you have done.
This is a very exciting question, and many folks throughout our consultations have talked about the goodness of Cal State Apply in the application process. And I'm being somewhat sarcastic when I say goodness. The reality is we want the process to be as easy and intuitive for students as possible. It should not be burdensome. And so what we have committed to do, and we have talked with the presidents about this and we're excited, is we will do process mapping and bring a group of individuals to the CO with a facilitator to walk through the entire process of a student application process so that we can identify all of the pain points and can, I attribute this term to Associate Vice Chancellor Patty Navalta, surgically address each of those pain points to make it easier. We are also looking at how we conduct admissions and the timing of that. We are also talking about, should there be some consistency in, one, how quickly students receive an acknowledgement from a campus about their application. When are applications finalized? When are financial aid packages finalized and award letters out? And so this is all part of our effort to not wait. This is not something in the sense of whether or not we have a challenge and have opportunities. We are starting that work now, and we will have a team come together from across the campuses, from certainly the Chancellor's office. And I don't know if you've ever participated in process mapping. Usually it results in a wall of wonder, that you realize that there are so many steps involved that we have the power to eliminate. And so that's our first commitment, because if we do not start to address these types of challenges, the rest of the plan may not have a chance. And so we have committed as a team that this will be one of our first efforts.
Do you have a timeline?
We do. I'm scared to say it, but my boss is looking at me. And so we will have some results, which we've talked to the presidents. The process mapping will happen December, January, with a report out to the Chancellor and the President soon thereafter.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to go around the shoehorn, so we'll go Darlene, Julia, Leslie.
Thank you, Trustee Rambola, and thanks to the team for your report. I really appreciated the term data meets mission. I really like that term. So my question to you is, how will the CSU measure progress in reaching the non-traditional populations, such as the adult learners and possibly military-connected students and other populations within the new enrollment framework?
Thank you for the question, and that's so important. One of the things that actually, before we can get to the measures of progress, is really understanding the population. Higher ed in general, out in the, whether here or really anywhere across the globe, has not done we've done a great job in higher ed or an adequate job in many cases of looking at high school pipelines, community college traditional pipelines. We've got to do a better job of developing and understanding who's out there. So we are working, we've got hopefully very soon someone's going to help us pull together regional data to know who's in our regions, what the opportunities are. You saw we did have a survey of just an aggregate of who'd be interested, but those metrics need to come from information that we don't yet have, and measuring that. I also want to make sure to mention, because we do have many adult learners in the CSU right now. Mm-hmm. So it's not that we are starting from nowhere, but we haven't been built necessarily to bring them in to support them.
Thank you all for the presentation. I found this really exciting and forward-looking, and I appreciate that. And in some ways, I think responsive to some of the critiques I hear out there, that we're looking in the mirror and not really looking inside in ourselves and what we need to do to change. So I think I'm going to send the link of this presentation to somebody I know in response to that critique. But I have a couple of questions. Well, first, another comment here is, the thing I really like is how you have redefined the problem. When people talk about enrollment management, is how do we get people in the door? And you've actually redefined it to be really systemic. It's not just getting in the door, but what happens when they come in the door, and what are we offering, and how are we supporting them? And all of that, I think, is just exactly right. So in that spirit, I want to follow up first on your comment about adult learners. You're talking about PACE. When you say we have 20,000 adult learners, and we don't even count them as our students. I mean, they when the state counts our FTEs, they don't exist. As far as the legislature, because they're not paying for it, so they don't exist. But guess what? Those are 20,000 additional students that our campuses are serving, right? Are educating. And we're graduating, and that isn't even counted, I don't think. So, but here's my point. We have talked about PACE before. We have talked about that as being our own internal example of how we can actually serve that adult population. And I really would like us to follow up on that more seriously now, in terms of, because if you're going to go after all the adult population and you're talking about change, what are the lessons from PACE? What do we need to do to standardize that across the systems? How ready are our campuses to really adopt and grow to serve that population? So, and I have another question, so I'll stop and answer that one first.
Thank you so much for that question, Trustee Lopez. You might have, I feel like you've been eavesdropping on some of my rantings with the group. But first and foremost, let me say that our PACE programs, my campus is called Extended Learning, have been models. So for anybody working in PACE out there, I'd want to make sure they have been models of how to work with adult learners, really with many best practices that we need to learn from. You raised a bigger point, though, is that these are our students, and this was raised in not only when we met with the extended learning deans talking about this project, but as well as when we were meeting with the president. So there is a work group actually looking at ensuring that we acknowledge these wonderful students as our students. But then as we go through this work, we've really got to think about the fact that PACE is the leader and engine for these adult, or what, I think we're going to get rid of that term at some point because everybody's non-traditional in some way, but what we've termed non-traditional, and how that works into the bigger concept of enrollment management planning in the CSU. And there's still more work to be done there, but what's exciting me is that we've really started this conversation seriously, and there's already action going into just making sure that we acknowledge these students and that they are in our pipeline. They're our students, they're our graduates, and we're proud of them. So they are part of the process, and we're going to keep moving, more to come.
Just to add, Trustee Lopez, the one thing too to remember, which is I love the interconnectedness of all of our plans, because the language as we were consulting on the strategic plan, CSU Forward, and the Student Success Framework, each of them indicated a redesign and upscaling of PACE. So that is already outlined in each of those plans. And obviously our leadership, Dr. Mandera Savage and his team are certainly working on that with VC Gonzalez, right, of what that vision might be. But I think that's already included in all of the plans, and we're excited about that opportunity.
Well, great. The second question is sort of more nuts and bolts, mundane kind of thing. As we bring in those populations and we adjust to how we serve them, they're going to need different schedules, nighttime classes, weekend classes, childcare. There's just a whole other infrastructure that they're going to need. And my question is, that is also affecting working conditions of faculty, of staff, of everybody else. How have you begun to conceptualize bringing that very nitty-gritty but necessary conversation and changes, beginning those kinds of changes?
There's not going to be a perfect answer to this. I want to start with what President Neufeld said. We have to be clear, we have already been serving these communities, and we may or may not have been meeting the mark. The conversation around course scheduling and timing has been forever and ever, and I want to, and I think President Neufeld talked about certainly Chair Boyd and her desire to partner with the ASCSU on this plan, particularly. But I think it's a problem we have to solve if we're serious about this. How do we offer more flexible hybrid course scheduling? I would say to you also, you are correct. It's going to have to be a cultural change. One of the things that we have talked about, quite honestly, is that we're going to have to redefine some major concepts. And the first one that we have to redefine is our definition of student. Because while we say that we're inclusive, we often, our bias is to what we consider to be the traditional 18 to 24, and that's just not the reality anymore. And so what I would pose to you and what we talk about is that through the process of building the plan and the framework, are the conversations that occur with the campuses, the key stakeholders, the individuals who are on the campus doing this work, and identifying what do we need in each university at the system level in order to meet the needs of our diverse learners. And so I think that's an ongoing conversation. And as we did with the Student Success Framework, we will have to push. And as Trustee Steinhauser said, we're going to have to get uncomfortable.
Chancellor Garcia.
I just wanted to add to Dr. Perez's comments. We have a new Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. The nitty-gritty about scheduling, timing, et cetera, is done through the provosts and help from the new Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. But I will add, it's also a collaboration. So our Vice Chancellor for Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Success and the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs are going to be joined at the hip, because we can't do one without the other to move this through, to work with the provost and the vice president for student affairs and those of the presidents that have strategic enrollment management to work together to start breaking down these barriers on scheduling, on courses, on when, on how.
Leslie.
Thank you. I just want to add a couple things. I love the broadening the tent, and President Neufeld and I have talked about, several of these points, but we can make such a huge difference to the notion of education in this country and higher education just by turning upside down the notion that schools are better who admit as select a group as possible. We want every student who is capable of succeeding to come and learn at our university. And every student we educate is a service to the state, which gets me to the second point was it's a bigger service to the state if they're workforce prepared. And so I really like that is a focus too. But, and one of the things that I want us to consider along the way is as we keep saying the words, what does that mean? Because, I think one of the lessons of the last few years is workforce prepared is not looking at the workforce, not looking at the scope, at the landscape right this minute and educating toward that, because our students will be obsolete by the time they graduate. But rather making sure that they know how to think well and that they have the skills to be flexible and meet whatever needs are out there when they come to graduate. So I want us to have that, view of workforce needs as we move forward. I love the emphasis on collaboration and regional collaboration and sharing of courses among universities. And, I will say, as we look toward increasing enrollment, I also would hope we keep an eye toward geographically regions where we don't have CSUs or UCs. We still have education deserts in this state, and look at how do we educate students in those areas where we do not well serve students right now. And I'm not going to make any points that were already made, but I guess my final point when we talk about a central data system, which I think is great and obviously very much needed, but that a central system is also a system that all the universities can tap into, because part of that sharing courses and sharing information and students being able to be educated across our state at the same, across our universities from one physical point in the state involves, I think, being able to easily share the data that's collected centrally. Thank you.
Linda?
I'm going to ask a question that you may not be able to address now, but if you could do it at a later meeting. What about Sarah? I know this is something that is a tangent, but is it still a problem for the CSU?
In short, yes. It remains that California is the only state that is not part of the National Reciprocity Agreement. So California is the only state of all the 49 other states and the District of Columbia that is not part of that, meaning that for our institutions to offer online courses to students in any of the other 49 states, each university has to seek approval from those states. We have, there was legislation that made it further in the most recent legislative cycle than in any recent year, but unfortunately it did not make it across the finish line. I know that we share this as a common interest, certainly with other segments in the state, particularly AICC. The independent colleges and the community colleges have made this a priority. So I expect that we'll all continue to be working toward that.
And I think I see the shot clock. I don't know if this was added for me, that we now have a timer that is directly in front of me. So I see that counting up towards our 85 minutes.
Yeah, it was actually from me, but it's okay.
Okay, great. Well, we can share. I'll just make a few points because I share in my colleagues' excitement for this work and recognition of how central it is to what we've been talking about, and sticky. This will get very sticky very quickly. And pushing through those challenges is going to be how I think we move forward. So a few comments that I'll try and add. The first is, if whoever's in charge of the slides can bring us back to slide 5. This might be one of the things where for the longest time, we didn't need to think about enrollment. We had more high school students than we actually had the ability to serve. And as such, we just didn't need to think about it. I love that in this plan, we are both thinking about how to expand the pool of available high school age students and to think about other students. But for a second, I just want us to focus on the high school age population. If you have ever spent time on a high school, and many of us have, just add up really quickly the percent of students who are going to a 4-year university. And we're looking at 30%. You cannot tell me that only 3 out of every 10 high schoolers is ready to pursue a 4-year degree. You cannot convince me of that. And yet, that is the reality of what we're facing. And so expanding that pool, even from what is a lowering number of total graduates, which does not mean lowering rigor. These are students who are wildly prepared And they are showing it in a variety of ways. In fact, of those 33% who are going to community colleges, and I wish that number was bigger than 1 in 5 who are transferring, but 1 in 5 of them are transferring. And nearly 60% of them are coming to us. So there have to be ways that we can think about expanding that pool. One way that I would really love for the CSU to be a part of, and we cannot do this alone, we would need to do this with our UC partners, is to really take a hard look at A to G requirements, which are one of the biggest barriers at the moment. And they are dictated by the amount of time a student sits in a course, not by what they actually know and can do. And so the better we can get at expanding to that 70%, it doesn't mean we're going to be lowering the bar and getting less capable students. There are wildly capable high school students who are not coming to our doors. That is a miss. We are missing them. They could add tremendous value to our campuses and to our state. And so that is one place as we expand the pool, we really need to rethink A to G, which has become, for anyone who's in high schools, a hugely challenging and limiting barrier to recognizing and advancing success. Say that again?
Some districts,
Way too many districts don't offer it, or as they do offer it, the need to organize your entire schedule around it becomes a limiting barrier. So just deep appreciation for that first point, and I hope as part of this, there is some recognition of that 70% and the role that A to G are going to play in this. On the what we offer, and I think I shared this with President Neufeld. So we are not doing this work alone. We are building towards a set of jobs that don't exist today. Leslie, your point is so well taken. And we don't have to do all of that work alone. California just passed or just instituted the Jobs First initiative, in which regionally, we took a look and created plans on what are the jobs in these different regions. Our CSUs should be leaning on those reports, such that what we are then doing is saying, these are the sets of jobs that we believe are going to exist in the next 10, 20 years, so that we can be building towards those. That's both going to be a great enrollment and recruitment strategy for us, and be able to push us to ensure that what we're doing is getting us there. I completely agree on pace. I'm not going to go too far down that, but I'm glad you raised that. And then on the how we get there, as the parent of a 10th and 8th grader, we cannot fix that application piece fast enough. I mean, look, so I got a couple of years, but just like, please don't let it take a couple of years. And the number, anecdotally, what I can tell you from other students and families is how often simple bumps are actually the thing that just stops someone from following through. So that 33% who are starting at a community college, I would venture to guess, and if we had the data infrastructure, we could figure this out, that a number of them started an application and then hit a bump, couldn't figure out how to get past it, stopped, and said, well, community college is free, so why don't I just go there? Without recognizing that it also would have been free, tuition free, to come to us. And so we absolutely need to figure that piece out. And then the last thing, because Julia, I saw yours go up, on the how we do this and as we make it easier and seamless on the application. As we think about, especially adult learners, the need to think about the fact that not everything starts at the beginning of a semester, I believe is a deeply critical. If we do not do that, we are missing huge opportunities to capture a student who in March says, I'm thinking about going to school. We should find them a way to get into a class as fast as we possibly can. Without saying, great, just go through an application, wait 2 months to hear back, and then in September, we've got a beautiful class for you. When most of our for-profit private partners are like, you want to start tomorrow? I've got the class for you. And so we have to find ways to match that to the best of our ability if we want to both be better at serving them, be better at attracting them, and fulfilling what we know we can do at the affordable way we can. All right, Julia.
Thanks, Diego. You prompted a couple of thoughts that I just wanted to add to your very, I think, thoughtful suggestions. One is on the community colleges, and one of the things that is in our hands, and we've talked a lot about this with Nathan, is financial aid. The reason they go to community college is, one, because the quote, it's free, which it's not, right? And two, because they think coming to a CSU is going to be more expensive. And in fact, it isn't. There's lots of evidence that going to a community college in terms of total cost is a lot more expensive for students than coming to a four-year institution. And one of the things we've talked about, and this is within our systems, about how you let that student know that, in effect, CSU is tuition free for them, and then which ways in which we can help lower those costs of attendance. So that's on us. That was part of the financial aid work group, that we need to do better at that. Point number one. And then just on the adult learners, I just also want to just mention, and just on credit for prior learning. Yeah. We've started, it's part of it, but that's another big thing for adult learners that we need to really double down on, I think. So.
Okay, well, as you can see, this work is critical, and you have sparked lots of conversations. Deep appreciation to the three of you, to our system partners, faculty, staff across all of our campuses who are going to be engaging in this for months and months to come. Really excited to continue the conversation. That is not the end of this committee, but that is the end of this particular conversation. We're now going to jump to item number 3. This is an information item on CSU on-campus student housing. Dilsey, you're not off the hook. You're still here for this one. You did not get up and start moving. So presenting will be Dr. Dilsey Perez, Paul Gano, AVC for Capital Planning, Design, and Construction, making a return from earlier today. Welcome back, Paul. And Ray Murillo, Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, Equity, and Belonging. Dr. Perez, take it away.
Thank you again, Vice Chair Arambula. Today, we will provide an overview of system-wide on-campus student housing and the strategy guiding future planning, investment, and program development to support student success. We will begin with the fundamentals of on-campus housing, followed by an update on current operations and initiatives. Our goal is to establish a system-wide housing advisory work group to coordinate planning and implementation of housing solutions. We hope this presentation demonstrates the important role of on-campus housing in promoting learning, belonging, and persistence, and encourages continued board support for our housing projects and programs. More than a place to live, student housing is a learning environment that fosters academic success, community, personal growth, and wellness. Research in higher education states and shows that student engagement and belonging help drive persistence and academic success. On-campus living is central to both. At CSU Fullerton, most students living on campus reported a strong sense of belonging and indicated that their residential experience significantly contributed to their academic and personal development. At Cal Poly Pomona, survey results reflected similar outcomes, with residents expressing high satisfaction, a strong sense of connection to the university, and a positive adjustment to campus life. At CSU Long Beach, a comparative analysis found that students living on campus rated their mental and social well-being higher than those living off campus. These results were statistically significant. In addition, year-to-year data shows students living in on-campus housing outperformed the general student population in retention, course unit accumulation, and GPAs. As we know, when students feel supported and have access to academic and social resources as they do on campus, they are better positioned to focus on and succeed in their studies. Understanding CSU housing requires knowing who we serve, what our campuses offer, and how demand varies across campuses. Most students living in on-campus housing are undergraduate students, primarily first-year and sophomore students, typically ranging in age from 17 to 24. However, many students choose to live off campus for personal, financial, cultural, or lifestyle reasons. Upper division undergraduates and graduate students comprise most off-campus residents, generally 21 or older, and may be married, have families, or balance employment with their studies. Local and regional students often commute from home to help reduce costs. Housing philosophies and demand differ significantly between residential and commuter campuses. They reflect differences in student demographics, institutional missions, geography, and local housing markets. Residential campuses, which include Chico, Humboldt, Monterey Bay, San Luis Obispo, and Sonoma, see a substantial portion of students living in on-campus housing. These campuses were designed with housing as a core part of the student experience, sometimes requiring or strongly encouraging first-year students to reside in university housing. These campuses are often located in suburban or rural areas where limited local housing and transportation options create a stronger need for on-campus living. As a result, residential campuses typically operate near full occupancy, and experience steady demand. On a commuter campus like CSU Fullerton or CSU Bakersfield, most students live off campus and travel to the institution for classes and activities. These campuses are often located in urban or metropolitan areas where extensive local housing markets, public transportation, and community infrastructure provide accessible off-campus living options, which contribute to a more variable and often moderately low demand. To provide an update on system-wide capacity and initiatives, I'd like to welcome Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor Ray Murillo.
Thank you, Deputy Vice Chancellor Perez. The CSU operates approximately 63,000 beds system-wide with a 92% occupancy rate as of fall of 2024. About 13% of the student headcount for the system live on campus. The CSU supports students with housing beyond the traditional on-campus housing model. The system oversees programs that address housing insecurity and affordability. These include basic needs, rapid rehousing, and Project Rebound. Students experiencing housing insecurity represent the CSU's most urgent housing need. As part of the CSU Basic Needs Initiative, campuses provide emergency housing to students experiencing immediate housing crises and may include short-term accommodations in on-campus housing facilities. In the 2024 fiscal year, 866 students were supported with on-campus emergency housing. Under Assembly Bill 74, rapid rehousing provides students with immediate and sustainable housing support. Unlike basic needs funding, rapid rehousing provides dedicated resources to help campuses create long-term structured systems that move students quickly from being unhoused or housing instability into safe and stable housing. In the 24-25 academic year, 18 universities were awarded $9.7 million and collectively supported 3,032 students. Finally, the CSU Project Rebound Innovative Housing Initiative provides general funds to support housing efforts for Project Rebound students. This initiative includes housing strategies such as one focused on income-based on-campus housing rental subsidies. For academic year 25-26, 20 universities were awarded $11.4 million, and initial data for the program's impact will be available at the end of spring 26. I'd like to invite Assistant Vice Chancellor Paul Gano to speak on the future housing developments.
Thank you, Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor Murillo. Currently, we have about 4,500 beds across the system under construction, and of those 4,500, about 3,500 were funded as part of the state's higher education student housing grant program. And those include about $660 million of grant funding matched with $664 million in CSU funding. We have another 1,221 beds that have been approved and are in design, but we haven't started construction yet. And in the 25-26 five-year capital plan, we've identified a potential for over 12,600 additional beds that could be delivered by 2030 or beyond, pending future funding and market conditions locally. So some key challenges to these projects include keeping rental rates below the local market rates for off-campus housing, achieving cost efficiencies for campuses that have smaller housing programs, and addressing the growing backlog of deferred maintenance, which we discussed this morning. And despite the investments that we've talked about, there's still significant unmet demand remaining. And Deputy Vice Chancellor Perez will now share some system-wide projections.
Thank you. The CSU estimates that in fall 2030, there will be approximately 38,800 students needing housing assistance system-wide. About 14,607 housing insecure students will potentially need subsidized housing. This represents the most critical need for affordable housing. While we continue to expand capacity and keep rents below market rates, housing solutions must extend beyond construction. Our approach must be nuanced and responsive to the diverse needs of our students, whether they are seeking a residential campus experience or not. The solutions to meet the growing needs for housing and housing supports will integrate capital planning, financial aid, and support services to meet the diverse needs of all students. Aligned with the objective of sustainable affordability within the CSU's new strategic plan and the system-wide student success framework cost attendance strategy, the Chancellor's Office is implementing a comprehensive housing strategy that guides future planning, investment, and development. These efforts affirm that affordable, accessible, and sustainable student housing is essential to advancing equitable student success across all campuses. Sustainability, fiscal responsibility, and social equity are central to our strategy as we leverage diverse funding models, including state investment, auxiliary financing, and public-private partnership to reduce the overall cost of attendance for students. We also promote consistent data collection and system-wide assessment to inform planning, prioritize high-need universities, and assure accountability in achieving CSU Forward's affordability objectives. To implement this effort, the Chancellor's Office will create a cross-functional, system-wide housing advisory work group. This group will be charged with refining the system-wide student housing strategy, establishing a framework to define affordable on-campus student housing, identifying and addressing strategies to overcome barriers that inhibit the development of affordable student housing projects, and making recommendations on specific actions to build and maintain affordable housing on campuses and how to support increasing off-campus affordable housing for students. Vice Chair Rambula, this concludes our report on CSU on-campus housing. We welcome any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you so much, Dr. Perez, AVC Gano, and AVC Murillo, for this great presentation. I would love to open it up for any questions. Leslie?
Thank you. And this was exactly what I hoped for from a first conversation on this topic. And I'm really happy to hear about the formation of a group to study this issue further. It struck me at some point in reading about housing that, at least since I've been on the board, we had never come together. I didn't have a sense of what our philosophy was about housing on our campuses. Do we, as a unit, do we encourage that? Do we fundamentally think that is better for students to have the opportunity to live on campus? And so I think to have a strategy and a philosophy would be good, that is backed by the board, and also that it's supported by data. And one of the data pieces that I would want to know first and foremost, I know there was some anecdotal evidence today, but I would love to see the hard data about our students and the correlation between time on living on campus and staying in the university and graduating. So student success connection to housing on campus, I think, could underpin what our philosophy ends up being. And then the only other point I think that is, the reason I think this topic is so important is, equity just underlies the whole thing. When we call a campus a commuter campus, or, why do we call it a commuter campus? Is it a commuter campus just because, we haven't had a culture there of living on campus? We haven't encouraged that culture. We haven't supported that culture. So I think part of what I would hope the work of the committee would do is to, decide whether we want to have commuter campuses and non-commuter campuses. Do we, again, depending on data, do we think that's a positive experience that we'd like to make available to more of our students, like just equitably who has that opportunity and who does not have that opportunity even currently. And so I think there are just, my final point is, I think there's two issues here. One is a philosophy that I would want the group to consider in terms of what is the CSU philosophy about on-campus housing. Do we link that to better performance? And second, how do we do all we can to provide affordable housing, to make affordable housing accessible to more of our students, to make it easier to attend school and decrease the cost of going to school? So those are sort of two separate issues, but obviously very interconnected. Thank you. Does that make sense?
It does. So in true transparency, and I will ask AVC Murillo to also chime in, to be quite frank, this is similar to our work around intercollegiate athletics, where typically it was localized, it was really relied on campus decisions, right? There may or may not have been a lot of coordination across certainly the campuses. And as you know from our report, there were certainly with our task force on intercollegiate athletics, there is an opportunity for us to maximize our systemness, not to take away the discretion from the individual campuses, but to strengthen our coordination and collaboration across the state and our system. Housing is similar, right? That while we meet with the housing directors, right, housing reports in many different places on a campus sometimes, or different places. Our opportunity is to bring those folks together to plan and coordinate, not to have folks be overly compliant, because many of them already have compliance opportunities, but really to say, what is our philosophy? How do we strategize? How do we coordinate? And how do we maximize our collective expertise and knowledge? And so, yeah, I think you are absolutely correct. We look forward to bringing the group together. We have partnered in the Chancellor's office, and we think that there's an opportunity to model for the campuses also how that collaboration across divisions can happen. I don't know, ABC Marie, if you had anything to add.
Yeah, in the philosophy, we've operated under a consensus that we offer a safe and affordable learning and living environment, but we've never consciously made a stance of what do we stand for as a system, which is what this committee will get at. That's for sure. The affordability question is a complex one that we need to tackle on multiple levels. The one thing we have to also recognize is our campuses, the state of California is large. All of our campuses are in very different counties, and those counties are as diverse as the people that live in California. So when we look at California, the median family income is $110,000 a year, approximately. The high-end counties is $190,000 plus per year. The low end is $62,000. So when we look at affordability, that that local economy feeds into a lot of different things. One, it feeds in, obviously, what I just said, the median family income and what they're able to afford and what they're accustomed to paying for housing. But it also feeds into cost of construction and everything. The other complexity is, what if there is a student from the Central Valley who's on the lower end of the median family income, want to go to a high-cost county, San Francisco, Long Beach, where the rents are also very high. So now we have to try to mitigate how do we make that equitable access for all students throughout the state. So all that to say, we have our task in front of us, but we're ready to do this because I think what the CSU Forward lends us and also the Student Success Forward is that systemness, that we are at a point where, going back to your comment on commuter campus, we defined it as commuter campus because there is a structural definition for housing, but it's also a mindset on a campus. When you say a campus is commuter, it almost is disengaging. So I think we need to find new terminology for that so that all campuses are, because they're equally engaging. Because even if the students are coming localized, San Francisco State being an example, that is a very high rent area that we have to still look at affordability, even for the local students. So all of that will be taken.
Thank you. I think this is a very exciting conversation. And I'll just, my final point, you know, when I started asking about the philosophy and if we could talk about this, one of the things I heard is, you know, a couple campuses that, well, they have extra housing that students aren't even using, but that just sort of becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy if we're not, you know, if part of this task force isn't looking at why, you know, do we just, what happened to, you know, where do we have extra beds that aren't used and why?
I know we have a couple more folks who want to chime in. I just want to pick up on this last point, noting for the team, we've got about 10 more minutes in this conversation, so I'll try and keep this brief. In the write-up on page 4, there's the list of the specific universities. Dilsey, it was so helpful to hear you say it's a little bit like collegiate athletics, right? We don't have a one-size-fits-all solution. I was also really intrigued, though, to see that we have a number of our universities who require a first year on campus. Can you talk to us about how that gets set and what are the implications for students of that requirement?
So the campuses are looking at their own academic success data, and the campuses that have established a first year and a second year mandatory housing for first year, first time students is really looking at the difference between the academic success that we reported on between students who are living on campus versus off campus. There are significant differences in the academic performance when students are living on campus for a number of things. One, stable housing, transportation isn't an issue. Many times they're working on campus, everything is there. But the other bigger piece is that they're immediately connected to the university and are within a community. So they're able to connect to the university very quickly. So that's the driving reason why the campuses are choosing to go down that path. Now the decision-making process, again, like most other stuff in housing right now, it's all localized. So the campuses to look at their own success, see where their students are at and what is the best need or best approach for their student need, and then they make their decision according.
And in terms of the impact on students, so I'm just thinking about a dear friend of mine who has a college freshman at Fresno State, go Dogs, and that child is chosen to stay at home because they already have a home. They are paying no additional money for that home. And if he were to move onto campus, they would now be paying essentially double rent for the home that his mom owns and for an apartment. Now, many decades ago, Diego would have not wanted to live at home with my parents. And if the option was, but I also moved 3,000 miles away, so that wasn't really an option. If the option was not to pay that extra money for housing, and I believe if you're in housing, do you also have to pay for the meal plan? So just wondering, how are we balancing that affordability question with the total cost of college, which we've talked about, with what sounds like what we know to be a student who's more connected to the community, who's there, who's maybe away from some of the drama, is going to be more likely to stay connected, feel a sense of belonging, and stick? How are we balancing those two? And
Can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
Let me add one more thing to that because I'm on it with Diego, Vice Chair. When you think about it, there are cultures that believe that staying home is good. And we have to also honor that. They decide that they want to stay home. And so we have to kind of balance it and not always think of the traditional college age when everybody that had means went to school for 4 years, went away and paid money, and it was okay because the parents were paying for it. That's not our students. So we have multiple students. So we have to honor all of them and make sure that we're making it accessible for them too, because if you're a freshman and your parents can't afford it and you don't get enough money, you're paying for residence hall and you're paying for meal plan.
No, this is the moment actually for the CSU. We are truly at an inflection point, and as we have connected the dots for everything that we're doing, particularly around student success, we just talked about strategic enrollment management and equity. Asking the question, are our policies and procedures hindering or hurting students, hindering or helping students? I think housing is no different. We know the value of students living in housing. That research has shown that across the nation. San Diego State has a 2-year live-on requirement. They have data that shows and demonstrates how successful that is. Maritime had students living there for 4 years. We know how successful they have been. I say that, though, is that we also have to consider exactly what you have said, Vice Chair Arambula. The reality is housing, if we are offering the housing, plus adding the meal plans, plus adding all of those things, I know that the presidents and the campuses do not take that lightly. But we also have to examine what is truly necessary in order to ensure that, to the Chancellor's point, everyone may not want to live there. And we don't, all the time want to force someone to do that. However, there are students who want to live there but can't afford to live on campus. And we also don't want to be the reason why they cannot. And so I think this is part of the inquiry, this is part of the discussion, this is part of the reflection as we look at the strategic plan, student success framework, and everything that we're doing and thinking about the equity related to it.
Thanks. I'll go Jasmine and then Larry.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the overview and the support services that are offered to students. And so in reference to the potentially 14,670 students or housing insecure students for fall 2030 outlook, and with affordability in mind, could you share about campus and or system-wide policies relating to a campus response when a student is no longer able to afford student housing? I've heard from students about eviction notices, probation notices, and I'm aware of at least one campus that ties their student housing to tuition. So if a student is unable to afford that full cost, then they're not able to register for classes.
Those are always difficult circumstances, I think, particularly for the student, for their families, but also for the campuses and the teams that are trying to support the student. I will give you an example of a program that we have at the Chancellor's Office, and then AVC Murillo can speak more specifically. A few years ago, probably about 3 years ago, the state legislature gave us about $10 million for basic needs, an additional $10 million. And one of the things that we, with the Vice Presidents of Student Affairs and actually with CSSA, understood is that, to your point, if we're going to help pay for housing for students, and we do a lot with rapid rehousing, that really the opportunity before us is not to just help students get emergency housing or ongoing housing in the community. The best place for some of them is, quite honestly, to live in our housing, and particularly when some of our campuses, as been suggested, have beds. So we gave $10 million out to the campuses with the requirement, and this might be a surprise to some of our new folks that were not here then, asking that they provide funding and support to students who cannot live on campus. So half of that $10 million, $5 million, each campus was asked to use half of that allocation to ensure that students can live on campus, include meal plans, and helping to support the students who want to live there that could not. So we are in the process of collecting the data and the information from the campuses on that. That was 3 years ago. I know that many of our campuses were excited about that opportunity and created a process, but I'll let AVC Murillo talk about the more specifics related to those situations when it happens. But we are taking that seriously and really want to help students get into on-campus housing.
And then just real quick, just to add to the on-campus initiative. So the rapid rehousing, we added a provision for on-campus subsidies or rental adjustments for that purpose for on-campus housing. Project Rebound Initiative, we did the same. They had that provision, and more than half of the universities are exploring that with their initiative with Project Rebound. So let me preface my comment. You mentioned evictions. I'm going to preface my comments that is a rare occasion and a very last resort one. So if campuses are experiencing a situation where a student is, the campus has to exercise that right to go down that. We're talking 1 to 2 occurrences per year. Many is 0. But there's 3 reasons why the students where a campus were to go down that path. And one of them is what we call a holdover. So basically they overstayed their license agreement, overstayed the time that they were supposed to be there. The other is just that they're ineligible. They became, they are not a student any longer in their failure to pay. It's the last 2 that typically occur. So to your question, in coupling it with the basic needs question, the campus's directors in the housing departments explore every option for the student when there is a failure to pay to make sure that the student has the resources or connected to resources to, in fact, continue to stay in housing, or if not, if that's not an option, to connect them with any off-campus resources as well. So they will connect them with financial aid, explore what options are there, connect them with basic needs and any other campus services that we have talked about to make sure that there is some type of resource to help that student before it reaches that. The one thing I will say in talking with the housing directors, the one where they haven't ever ended up, and many of them are longtime directors, is in the eviction process where they actually had to have the local municipal police remove the individual. All the campuses have avoided that level. So that's technically that's the process that the campuses do have the right to exercise should there be a reason to do that. But again, it's just not taken lightly. It's a last resort, and we do work with the students before we even reach that point.
Larry, you get the last word here.
Thank you. First, thank you for this report. I, like Leslie, it was great to be able to actually see this and see what the magnitude of this is across all of our campuses. But I can't help but put my campus planning and building hat on just for a second, Paul, and you don't have to answer this. I looked at the chart that you put in here on page 7 of 8, $1.3 billion to provide 5,024 beds, not bedrooms, beds, is $263,000 a bed. I'd like us to talk a little bit more about that in our committee, about how we manage the cost of building the student housing. That's all. I don't need to discuss it beyond that.
And with that, Larry got us right in under the line. That concludes the business of educational policy.
Thank you. And just a footnote to that comment. The question or the request for additional information by Trustee Adamson, Chancellor, this is one of those things that historically I've heard a question like that, and then 2 years goes by, and I remember, my God, we just. Here 2 years ago. I know you weren't. I'm saying, I'm talking historically, but that's a doggone good question, and it's one of those things I really would like to make sure if we could just put a line item. Thank you.
We'll bring it back under my committee.
Amen.
And talk about it.
Amen. Well, thank you, Vice Chair Arambula. And now on to our plenary session. At this time, will the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the California State University please come to order? Ms. Coral, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Adamson.
Still here.
Vice Chair Arambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Here. Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fajardo.
Present.
Trustee Furstenberg. Here. Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia. Here. Trustee Ghilarducci.
I'm here.
Trustee Gilbert Laurie. Trustee Wahardo.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Present.
Trustee Lopez.
Here.
Trustee McGrory.
Here.
Trustee Nejabat. Governor Newsom. Speaker Rivas. Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas. Trustee Melikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Coral. With that, it's now time for the board's consideration of today's consent agenda. At the outset, I would like to remove from the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel items 4, 5, 9, 10, and 11. Would any trustee like to remove any other items? May I have a motion then to approve the remaining items listed on the consent?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? There being none, Ms. Coral, would you please take the roll call vote?
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Waharda.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
I am so sorry. I didn't hear what we're voting on. Is this minutes?
No, this is the consent agenda with the exception of UFP items 4, 5, 9, 10, and 11.
And does that include the executive salary piece that's
Yes.
not on consent?
Yes,
All right.
just to be clear to the community, item number 4 is executive compensation, President Sonoma State University. Item number 5 is executive compensation, interim president, California State University, Dominguez Hills. Item number 9 is CSU policy on executive compensation. Item number 10 is CSU deferred compensation plan. And item number 11 is the executive compensation recommendations.
Aye.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat. Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. So I requested that the items I just read off be removed from the consent agenda. I did so out of an abundance of caution and with respect to the members of this august board. These were important issues we discussed earlier today, and I wanted to make sure that everybody was comfortable that they've had their say. Would anyone like to be heard on any of the items, again, items 4, 5, 9, 10, or 11 of University Faculty Personnel Committee? All right. If no one would like to speak on those items, Madam General Counsel, can I bundle those all of those items? They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. May I bundle them all up into one motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay. We will do that. One more time. Would anyone like to be heard on any of those items? If not, Ms. Coral, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Just to be clear, is this 4 and 5, or can you give me the?
Yes, I can give the items again.
Sorry.
It is 4, 5, 9, 10, and 11.
Okay, I'm going to vote no, please.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Malakar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Very good. Well, thank you all for your patience. This concludes the business of the November 2025 meeting of the Board of Trustees. I want to again express my gratitude to my board colleagues for your hard work. Also, it is approaching the holiday season. Our next meeting is in January. I'll state the dates in just a moment. And so I wish everybody, it's a traveling season, safe travels. If you observe a holiday, may you have a blessed time. If you simply enjoy the gatherings of people and loved ones, may you enjoy that as well. And with that, the board will reconvene for the next Board of Trustees meeting on January 26th, 27th, and 28th of 2006. Notice that this meeting will go out in the ordinary due course 10 days in advance of the meeting. Also, Happy New Year to all. Thank you. We are adjourned.
With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success Center, and financial assistance, mentoring, and counseling are available. Veterans are honored through campus activities such as flag ceremonies, Veterans Appreciation Month, or special stoles worn at commencement. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU's Director of Veteran Affairs, Marshall Thomas, received the Higher Ed Military Spotlight Award this year for shaping policies and programs that directly benefit student veterans. The CSU again swept the top 3 spots in U.S. News & World Report's 2026 Best Colleges for Veterans and occupied 3 others in the top 10. Veterans, thank you for your valor, discipline, and, importantly, your service to the country. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is the nation's largest 4-year public university, educating more than 460,000 students throughout California. With tuition of less than $7,000 annually for an undergraduate, a CSU degree is an amazing value. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU provides a pathway to success for many students, including those from historically underrepresented backgrounds, are first generation, or who have military affiliations. 6,700 service members and veterans, along with 13,000 dependents, are pursuing their academic dreams at the CSU. Military-related students receive special admissions consideration, priority registration, and academic credit for military courses and experience. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. We honor our veterans today and every day. Each CSU campus has a Veteran Success